drink with me and see where this thing goes. You've got a great song, one of your favorites. This song is...
I just started using drugs. So come use some drugs with me, baby.
This is the song. Have you heard of this? I guess you could play it. Put it on.
I just started using drugs. So come
this is everyone's favorite song. Listen to this.
With me, baby. A past Frady cat, don't know where my head was at. Matter of fact, I was whack. Thought I had the fucking facts, didn't even have to ask. Knew the track was fucking.
I can't stand that song.
What don't you like about
He's
it?
He's anti-Semitic. You got to be a real bad person to vibe with that song. That's what I think. And the people who are
you guys haven't heard this song?
Who are connecting with this song seem to be pretty rotten.
It's all scams.
If that was Mikey, I would die. If that was really Mikey, I would die right now.
That's Mikey.
There's no fucking way that's Mike. There's no goddamn way. Like, that would make me too happy actually right now. Oh shit, that'll set me in a whole new direction.
My main problem, obviously I smoke a lot of weed, but I've been ashamed to tell you guys. I'm gonna show you now. Ever since I quit meth, fucking kratom, and it's awful.
Shout out to Sean.
I wasn't gonna say anything. This shit is fucking horrible. There's a reason I've never mentioned it. I'm not coming back until I'm off it. I'm not coming back until I'm completely sober. Yeah, no,
People are telling
you didn't
me.
admit that before. You're goddamn right I hit it. But I'm literally going to do
Yeah, man. See what happens when you use drugs? You end up on kratom, scrotum. Now, I guess, taking the same exact thing that Mike takes, the same dosage, 9 pills per day. Yeah, it seems like that's what happens when you listen to Mikey and follow him. He says the actual song he was playing there, funny enough, was the song that I played as the intro to my last episode. And he said, oh, this song is so awful. Who could listen to this song? Anybody who listens to this or vibes with it has to be a scummy person and very bad. That's the type of stuff he does. By the way, these things are for liars. This is for when you want to lie. You put these things on. It's a cheat code. It's a cheat code. Now you're a totally different person. They don't see your eyes. They don't know where you're looking. They don't know what you're truly thinking. You look devious. Yeah, you could do anything. Turn into a different person. Somebody's wearing this. They're lying to you. I'm not lying right now, but I'm telling the truth about people lying. These things are for liars. That's all I'm saying. But I'm going to wear them for now. Just for now. But yeah, that's what happens. He said it was for scummy people and anti-Semitic. It's funny how all of these things have changed so much. He did bring up some of the stuff, but obviously he doesn't mention me. I'm like Voldemort to him. He doesn't mention Jesse. None of it. Jules, if it wasn't for her, she brought up a bit of it and covered it. It was basically, they covered Zair. So they mentioned Zair and some random guy from Twitter that Zair had warned. And I actually have a statement from Zair. I tried to get him to come on to the show, but he said, very busy, Lossless, very busy. So he sent me a video, or not a video, audio memo of a statement he wanted to make. But let's watch the coverage of this. So this is the response to the last episode, essentially.
I got another
If you
one.
want more.
So a lot of people are hearing about us. Some would say we're blowing up, that Mike's going to go mainstream. He's going to sell out like Shane Gillis did on SNL.
That's why we had to leave for a month.
They're going to, some people say, oh, Mike's getting so popular.
Yeah, this is fun.
Look
In the
at
beginning,
this.
he said he left
So
because he
the
was
guy
sick,
tweets
and
this. He goes,
now
bro,
Jules is...
what the fuck?
It's because he's too popular.
And here he is, Saeed Zar Salah. And you might have seen this guy in the Bring Back group. I don't know how...
Zaire!
Yeah, I don't know about
He's
this.
you.
I didn't read this message. When I saw this message, this kind of, I go, oh, gosh.
This is insane.
So
insane.
here's
as
what I'll
fuck.
say. He's posting a screenshot of a personal message he received from one of our listeners, Zair Salah. So the guy tweets this. He goes, "Bro, what the fuck?"
I mean,
And here he is, Zair Salah, and you might have seen this guy in the
Zair.
Bring Back group. I don't know
That
how.
never happened.
Yeah, I don't know about this. I didn't read this message. When I saw this message, this kind of, I go, oh gosh.
This is insane.
So
insane.
here's
as
what I'll
fuck.
say. He's posting a screenshot of a personal message he received from one of our listeners, Zair Salah. You seen this guy in the Bring Back group?
I think he's
I
been
was
making a
gonna
lot of
bring up-
enemies
No,
in
no,
there
I'm
as
small.
of recent.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
hard to keep up
Yeah,
with.
well, I
There's
got
been
a big speech about the Bring Back group and how to treat others coming up. Maybe I don't have to make that
Credit
speech
to
if you already get my
Mikey.
drift.
I mean, he does do something.
I've always said this before. I said there's a difference between making fun of somebody in their own comments, and then personally messaging the fools. That's scary. That's one step further than something a normal person would do. And look at this message. Look at the size of this.
Yeah, so Zair writes very, very, very long messages. I was actually kind of concerned. I thought maybe he had some sort of plan. He sent me kind of a manifesto because there's two elements to this. One is obviously he was caught in the BBG posting that message, I guess. I'm assuming this guy who he reached out to, my guess, the guy's name is Naeem, and you see kind of like a turban on his head or something. And he seems like a Muslim guy, and he had said something negative about Redbar. And so Zair, his explanation to me was that he was just trying to scare the guy, and it was a joke. But when you read the message, it's kind of weird because it kind of seems like Zair has been doing this continuously, but he says, no, this is just the first time. And it just conveniently, it's a Muslim guy, and he's reaching out to him to be like, hey, they're going to cover you. Mike's claim is, oh, unless I discuss it on the show, you have no idea who I'm going to cover, which isn't really true because a lot of the stuff that he covers is stuff that the Bring Back group or the old Discord, when I remember I was in there, everything that they would post in there would be the subjects that Mike would bring up. Like they're almost now his producers where they bring him the content and then it's curated and he talks about it. It's no coincidence that pretty much everything that Mike talks about is on that group before the show even happens. So yeah, he plays a little dumb in a lot of these scenarios. Like he acts kind of like he doesn't know who Zair is, but Zair is like pretty active in that community and he's known. And so last episode we had the whole thing, what was that guy, Ryan, who admitted to taking down the Pod Awful channel. All that whole group had to disown him and be like, we don't fuck with this guy. He has most of us blocked in there. I want to be fair with the way I cover this. So he was bullied, basically. I think he's still in there. I don't think they got rid of him. And Mike is essentially saying like, oh, this place is self-moderated, so we can't do anything. But he cultivated this group, and I mean, let's be real. If you go back a few episodes, I had the guy Rich Facet on my show, who is a person that came into contact with Redbar, right? And he had wrote Mike a message. It wasn't like, I'm coming to kill you or anything. He wrote him a message like, after finding out that Mike had leaked all of his private messages in his Bring Back group about how he wanted the money, Rich Facet wrote him a message saying, I hope Sam Tripoli finds you and guts you like a fish. Ha ha ha. Wasn't really a threat. It was like, I hope Sam finds you, basically. And after that episode, the next episode after that, he had posted the guy's criminal history, the crime board with his mugshot on it. He had his neighbors calling in. I mean, Mike has perpetuated this kind of activity of digging into people's private lives and their information and trying to expose who they are. So he's not above that. That's not something he doesn't support. Maybe now he's changed his mind, and fair enough if that's not how the show is anymore and that's against his beliefs now, sure. But for years and years, that's the type of behavior he was cultivating, is essentially a Scientologist group. You know, in Scientology, where when somebody turns on them or tries to leave the cult, who do they send? They send PIs to pry and film you and secretly record you. Who does that? Haven't seen a lot of that lately either. Like I said, he could have changed his whole MO, but I'm saying the history of this show was basically running a cult that goes out and spies on people like private investigators, anybody who's an enemy of the show. And now the word enemy has become very loosely used. Like, I think Mike would consider me an enemy, because he even says in this clip, he's like, all my enemies be very, you can rest easy that we're not doing any behind the scenes stuff. And yeah, I believe Mike is not doing that now. What I'm saying, though, is that the group that he cultivated, because of his shows years back, that's the way they act now. Like, they think that that's proper behavior to go, we need to go and find out everyone's information and find out who they are. No one's allowed to be anonymous on the internet. They all have to be uncovered. I think Zair, I don't know, I still kind of believe this, but Zair says that's not the case. That he was trying to look out for this guy because maybe he likes this guy for some reason. And so but the guy's response was like, bro, what the fuck is this? And just blasted out his private fucking message. And then they got wind of it and they kind of like grilled him on it. But I never saw the follow-up. I saw somebody post a screenshot of this message in there, and they're like, please tell me this isn't true, Zair. This must be a troll. This isn't really you. I can confirm that is his account, because that's where he's been messaging me on Instagram from this same account. So it's definitely his. But he claims that this was a joke, but I don't understand what's the joke. Like, to reach out to this guy and be like, hey, I found out that Mike is going to cover you because you talk shit, but don't mention Redbar or anything. Like, wouldn't scaring him be, hey, you talk shit about Redbar, he's doing a huge investigation on you, man, watch out. Like, instead he told him all the rules, actual good advice as to how to avoid a Redbar coverage if you don't know the show. So he said, don't mention Redbar, don't say anything, just act like it's not happening. If you do, they'll perpetuate it more. They're going to bring up misinformation. Like, he's giving them actual. So, man, I think Zair kind of snuck his way out of this one, because it kind of sounds like from this message he's been doing this multiple times. But he says no, and I have a voice memo from him.
Scared to even start reading this. This is from Zair, and he saw this guy was talking about Redbar on Twitter, so he decided to message him. Should I read a little bit of this?
Sure.
Hello, Naeem. I am messaging you today because I am a party affected by the Redbar raid.
By the way, Zair's looking like he went on the Michael David diet or something. Like, look here. Let's see if I can zoom in there. Yeah, it's very small. Look at him. It looks like he's looking towards Mecca here. He's skinnier. I met Zair first. It's more than a year ago now. And I actually found the old clip today where he covered one of my first live streams on this channel where I was really drunk. I explained this last time. And I jumped into his chat room. He did one episode, and the episode was about Steel Toe and then me. That was it. It was me and Steel Toe. Those were the two topics of the show. The whole second half is me and playing the audio, and then I came into the chat room and I was trying to explain to him, like, he was asking me questions and I was asking, answering them back, and he looked a lot different. I joked that he kind of looked like, what's that guy from the Moana movie, that Disney movie, Moana? But it looks like he lost a lot of weight here. His hair before was like this big afro. I mean, we could bring it up, but it looks like he was trying to be a handsome Zair in the BBG, doing the Mike David lifestyle diet. But yeah, I was hoping he would have called in.
Comedy podcasters, and their fans. I am monitoring their activity. I simply get information about their plans and quietly tip off the parties they are trying to mess with. So, right off the bat, that's all fiction. We do not have plans. We do not, what else don't we do? Plans. Yeah, we don't have plans. If you don't hear me say it on this show or discuss it on this show, that means it isn't happening. Unless it's in an Instagram comment. If you don't see me on Instagram saying something
basically
nasty
means
or on this show,
never. So this is kind of basically my take on this. Mike has the people he wants to cover that are highly curated people that he knows he can talk about, and in the end he will always come out on top because they're not people who really know about him. They know of him maybe if they're in the Joe Rogan comedian circle, and that's it. But other than that, they don't know him enough to be like, oh, I can come back at you, Mike. I know so much about you, because what they'll usually normally say is like, oh, you're just like a hater and you're like an angry guy. You're a failed comedian type thing. They don't know any of the real details about Mike or maybe even his history or any of that stuff to even say anything. But when it's someone like Jesse from Pod Awful, for instance, who's had personal, actual interactions with Mike, knows a lot about him, or even me, someone small as me, and you can't say, because I saw a lot of people making the excuse like, oh, your show is not big enough for him to respond to it. And it's like, well, what are we seeing here? He's responding to a guy on Twitter who had 16 likes or something. And Mike doesn't even use Twitter. And he's responding to that guy talking shit and then bringing up Zair as a guy pretending he doesn't know who he is. So let's go along with that thinking. A guy he doesn't even know and talking about him. A guy who's pretty much admitting seemingly here that he's tipping off all these people to not talk about Redbar, or hey, Redbar's coming for you, you better not talk about him. So yeah, he wants his enemies to be specific people, and it's kind of like this thing. He's like, this is the best show, and then there's no competition, and then it's like, okay, competition now arises. What's the answer? Just ignore and pretend they don't exist. And that's his tactic, which is great because then he can always make it seem like to the audience, hey, these are the people I go at and I'm ruthless. And then, but they'll be like, well, what about this guy over here? He's talking shit. And it's like, no, they don't exist. And it's like, well, I mean, it's getting views. I mean, the Pod Awful episodes where you talk to him, they got views. And he said a lot of stuff there, made some accusations, goofed on him a bit. So, I don't know. I guess the target just needs to be somebody who doesn't actually fight back. And when it's like a Sam Tripoli kind of guy, like Joey Diaz's response was just to be like, I'm going to shoot you and fucking run you over with a car. But, really nothing happened. Sam Tripoli actually came to his door. That's scary stuff. So I think after that, he's like, okay, change of regime now. We can't be talking about people like that anymore. But then it's okay to be like, I don't want to cover this guy, but then he kind of demonizes them. Like I said before, he will respond subversively. So he played the same song that I played at the beginning of the song. And then this is a very smart tactic is the way I'm going to put it. There's another word for it, but I'm not going to use it. The best way to handle conflict you don't want to be in is respond subversively. And the reason why is because if you make it very subliminal, Then if the person reacts to that and starts talking about it, then they can go, oh, you're crazy. You think the TV's talking to you, man. Like, it's perfect. It's a perfect way to not actually deal with any sort of conflict you don't want to deal with. And it is his right to do that, but hey, I got to call it out because that is the way to do it. And funny enough, I was saying this in a DM conversation, talking about that kind of way of handling things. And then I kind of said it's kind of like a rap beef in a weird way. And then strangely enough, Mike compares it to that, which was weird. And I'm not going to, you make this comparison and why I'm going to make the comparison, but you explain why I'm making it for yourselves. Okay. If this was a rap beef, Mike is like the Drake of like the podcast world, not as far as like accolades and money and stuff, but like if it was a rap beef, he would be Drake and the other people would be like a Kanye, which is ironic because Kanye is like was one of his favorite guys. Now he's anti-Semitic, so he says he doesn't like him, which is weird. He claimed he didn't care for so long, but Kanye will say Drake's name in a song. I mean, there's one of the songs where he's like, fuck you, bitch, go listen to Drake. You don't love Kanye. You love Drake, bitch. Something like that. Yeah. You a fake bitch. You don't really love Ye. Go listen to Drake, bitch. That's a song. Then Drake will do some weird subliminal song where he's like, I got USB hard drives of you bowing down. Thank God, another USB to put in the safe. Thank God. Like, it's all this weird, like, hee hee hee. I'm talking about you, but I'm not going to say your name. Same kind of thing, and you know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to even do it because you just look stupid bringing up the stuff, but like, I can actually point it all out. It's just, you look retarded doing it. That's the tactic he uses. So good on him for doing it. He doesn't want to have any conflict, but that's fine. But yeah, like one of the things I said, he plays the same exact song and then he goes, you have to be a very scummy person to vibe with this song. And then he's like relating it. He's like, the kind of guy who would like this song is a guy who's into like crypto and like Andrew Tate. And he's like, but I'm a Andrew Tate fan too. But like, that's why I put that other song, his song, over it, because it's kind of ironic.
Public spaces, then it isn't happening. I'm very against behind the scenes stuff like that. I think there's a lot of people who assume that we're one of these troll shows that's making plans and going after people and being nasty.
Discord type shows.
Discord type, you know, everyone does nasty
Discord
stuff.
type.
We don't have a Discord.
What do you guys think
we don't
about
have a
that?
Reddit.
It's kind of insulting.
And the group we have on Facebook is
What
a
does that mean?
light-hearted college style group.
We hope for this group to be
We
nothing
hope,
but college style,
some
nothing
people
but light.
take it a little too far. And I want our enemies to know, you know, and here
Enemies.
where they could breathe a sigh of relief. There's none of that dirty, nasty stuff happening here. I'm not saying that you're not in deep, deep trouble. But if you don't see it happen on the show, it didn't happen. If you think you got an email from me,
That's
or heard that I'm
convenient.
torturing somebody, none of that's ever happened.
And if you get a long message like this from Zair, Sayed,
we're not
it's got
involved.
nothing
I got
to do
one of
with
those.
me.
And we have no ties to any of the users that say these things, and we do not back any of them politically or whatever they're trying to do. Okay, I simply get information about their plans and
It's
quietly
basically kind of what my joke of I don't want to get on the no-fly list, you know, yeah, whatever.
tip off the parties they are trying to mess with. People are saying on the subreddits that screenshots of your social media posts about Redbar have been shared to their private Scarsclub group. That doesn't exist, okay? And you have been targeted, so to speak. I just wanted to give you a heads up because...
Does this seem like I don't know, you guys tell me, does this seem like Zair is playing a prank on this guy, Naeem? I don't even know who this guy is. I did watch his video, and he's a very small, like, Muslim creator, and he was talking shit about Mike. I noticed there's a lot of guys. Wasn't there that comedy enforcement guy a long time ago? I remember he covered Redbar, and he was, like, super negative, and then the whole group showed up, and they were like, no, you're wrong about Mike, man. You're so stupid. And, there was this one guy, this really weird, autistic guy who showed up to the channel. Is Glitch Poachers. That's his name, Glitch Poachers. And his whole, his catchphrase was, let's clippity clop right to it, in the beginning of every video. But yeah, he was one of the guys who showed up and schooled comedy enforcement. I believe that's the right one. Who's, I think, another Muslim guy or maybe Indian guy or something. And same thing, he had talked shit about Redbar first seeing him. And then they were kind of like, well, no, man, he goes after people who are bad people and calls them out on their lies and the comedians. And the guy was like, okay, well, that sounds kind of cool, I guess. So they like show up as his like representative. It's basically like Jehovah's Witnesses who knock on your door. Like, have you heard about the great word?
Coming days and weeks, you will likely see a huge upsurge in troll activity attempting to misinform or agitate you. Please do not respond to these trolls or mention Redbar on your podcast, as it will only instigate further attempts at disrupting you. Stay safe, be careful, and good luck. Please let me know, and that's all he posted.
How many people has this guy sent this message to now?
I gotta say, the messages need to stop. Guys, no more private messages regarding me or anybody I know.
This thing where this guy was having like a big battle with Sven or something.
Well, every day I'll get some poor kid.
Gotta give credit. Okay, credit to Jules, because Mike will just brush right past all of this stuff. Jules is actually the one who makes sure that the important information gets into the conversation. And Mike will act like he's like, he just ghost face when she mentions, you'll see in a second, the reporting of channels as well.
I see a big long thing with everybody fighting and we're getting blamed, and I close my damn eyes.
Well, here's the thing. This bringback group, you need to treat each other with some respect. I'll get a message every week from some poor kid. Mike, they're coming after me. They're messaging me. They're harassing me.
But then on the other hand, sometimes there's a guy who's so crazy doing all of this stuff, behind the scenes stuff, and then if nobody's there to yell at him, he doesn't know what to do.
So this is what I would say. The yelling at people if they're doing something bad, that's a good thing. We want to encourage that in our group. I would say, here's how you know you've gone too far. Don't private message anybody, okay? These are my personal users here, and private messaging them is the same as private messaging me. I'll get some poor kid, Mike, and this is what they do to me, because the kids aren't that poor, probably. When I say poor kid, they probably did something to piss off our other users, and then they'll say this, Mike, I am canceling Scarsclub, and I'm quitting. Your group is just too off the wall, and they're doxing me and doing, which I hope nobody's doing any of that stuff. I hope these guys who are telling me this are just being, what do they call that when you're being dramatic or something?
Dramatic?
But I don't want to get any messages. I am not the principal. I'm not responsible for any of your well-beings.
Very convenient.
Outside of our one interaction, which is the Scarsclub. Outside of that, I can't be involved. Please don't tattle on people to me. I don't want to hear that this guy's fighting with this guy. I'm 41 years old. And that makes me think that there's, something psychotic going on. It's a very awful feeling to see all these people saying, Mike, I'm being, harassed.
I'm being that.
Please, all these people are doing this to me. Do not private message anybody in our group.
So he says, like, we don't support doxing and all that stuff. But I said to you before, there's examples of him doing that. Like, I guess, what do you consider doxing, right? The guy Rich Facet, he brought up his whole criminal history and his mugshot and had a neighbor call in talking about how he trashed a garage, which wasn't actually a garage. It turned out it was a flower bed. We learned all of this in the interview. Very important stuff. But this is the kind of thing that he does do sometimes, and more so in the past. I mean, what would you call sending a guy out with a tape recorder to go secretly record people without their consent or them knowing about it? Like, or even the fact, okay, in my situation, I sent Mike emails. We had email exchanges back and forth, and his response was to go, let me go in the bring back group and just blast out all these private emails. He did it to Rich, a guy who wasn't even on his bad side at that point. He was just simply asking, was the $300 a joke or not? How would a guy who doesn't know your show know if it's a joke or not? Anyone would be skeptical. Nothing funny about him asking for it. $300 is a lot of money to some people. To a lot of people, actually. So it's not really funny to be like, the guy was asking for the money. Like, why is it that your tactic to always like share the private stuff? Like, if someone sends me something and I can show it, I will show it. By the way, Zair sent me, no joke, a fucking manifesto, a legitimate manifesto, probably 42 paragraphs long. It could have been some, I read some of it. I didn't read it. It's basically, it could have said he was plotting something very scary. I don't know. But yeah, he sent me all of these explanations about the Sven thing as well. But I think at the end of here, she brings up the reporting of the channel. Let me see. I'll play this while I find it.
No DMing, no
don't
doing stuff to
DM,
people
don't
in real
harass.
life unless it's a nice
here's another one.
Watching yell.
You don't need to befriend them. You don't need to hang out with them. You don't need to associate with anybody at all.
No reporting people's channels. No doing stuff like that.
Don't do anything that wrong that will come back. Do not disturb me. I have very little time to live. You think of me as Richard Lewis. Would you disturb Richard Lewis right before his death? Would you dare disturb Norm Macdonald? Oh, can't stop hearing about him. I'm about to go to the site of his grave and dig him up and start deconstructing his skeleton because I'm sick of Norm Macdonald. Okay, he's not funny Macdonald at all. Okay, he's very bad at humor. So please, everybody, treat each other with the utmost respect.
Really,
talk to each other the same way you talk to me, which is
like,
with many
do you
compliments.
Like that?
Okay. And the BBG is still completely self-moderated by its users.
Self-moderated.
Like
we're not
to stay that way with no
anything.
rules.
And I'll end this again with just saying this: if you don't see it on the show, it never happened. Thank you. Now.
Yeah, so there you go. If you never see it on the show, it never happened, okay? Let me look some of the here. Oh, I see King Nomad is in the chat room. Are you still mad, King Nomad? Still tisking a bullet? That's cute. He said, I saw him say something like, don't worry, I won't copy strike you playing my music. You could do whatever you want, man. I'll fight you on it. It's fair use. I was playing your music and analyzing it. We could play more of it if you want. I'm helping you out. I'm giving you more attention. By the way, here we go. For those of you who don't know, King Nomad, funny. This is actually really funny. King Nomad, you didn't think I knew this. So this is what I want to know, King Nomad, right? Can you explain to me this? You found this video or my channel, right? And you were very angry and you wanted to say you're going to shoot me and all of this stuff. I'm assuming because of stuff that I said about Mike, right? So in my head, I would assume a guy who does that would probably be a very hardcore Redbar fan who's, you know, in the BBG and pays for Scarsclub and all of that stuff. And, turns out you're not that kind of guy, so I'm very confused. So I want kind of an explanation here. Let's look. Because this is just by chance. It's so fucking weird. Okay, let's see. Okay, so here we go. While Mike was gone, I got recommended a clip from a clip channel of Redbar, and I was watching it, and I saw the guy who runs the channel, I think it's 444 videos, he actually does premieres of his videos. And I had the live chat replay on there, and I was what are the people saying there? There was some contention in there. People were getting mad. 300 people watching, 300 Scarsclub memberships. So he had 300 people watching this live, just a clip of Redbar. And people were getting mad, like, Mike's in Mexico getting non-FDA regulated autoimmune treatments, higher heads, okay, then pay Mike out of your pocket for those 300 memberships, then you get to stream the content. I'm a Scarsclub member, so blah, blah, blah. And then who's here? Who do we see here highlighted in yellow? King Nomad, there you are. I'm about to join. I'm late to the party. So you're not even a member of the Scarsclub. You don't even pay Mike. That's weird. Why? Can you explain that to me? He says, I don't need attention, but I hate Redbar. I only heard about him recently. That was bad timing because this is you right here saying, I'm about to join. I'm late to the party. Which is it? I'm gonna operate on ya, King Nomad. I learned this from Honest Frank. You're one of these guys who doesn't even actually care about content or any of it. What happened is you stumbled across Redbar just randomly, and it somehow led you here, right? And then you saw me doing a show saying things about another guy, and then you were like, I could be the guy who's going to be like the intimidating one and be like, fuck you, bully. I'm going to bully the bully. You're that guy. You're one of those guys. I know you. I've seen guys like you before where you get super angry and emotional over conflicts that have nothing to do with you, but you insert yourselves into them and be like, who's bullying? I'm the big bully here. But you just said you hate Redbar, and look at, there's you in the chat. I'm about to join. I'm late to the party. What? I'll be joining, but I don't like him. What's so hard to understand? Hold on, let me put this up here so people know I'm not crazy. What? You don't like him. You don't pay him money, but you came on my channel to threaten to kill me over talking about him. But you hate him. You don't pay him, and you are not in his group or a Scarsclub member, but you are now going to become one, and you hate him. No, you're way off, but it's understand. Okay. See, I now have realized how Mike amasses his fan base, honestly, at this point. Like, I always was like, you know, because you kind of, when you try to think of things with your brain and you go, like a lot of the videos that I made on this channel, right? It's a good example. In my brain, I'm like, I see these videos. It is so obvious that these are joke videos. Nobody's going to take this seriously. And then I see people in the comments that are like, you're fucking crazy, man. You're weird. You're going to kill Mike. It's like me holding a plastic bat and then putting weird, funny clips of Joey Diaz and Sam Tripoli over it, relating Mike copy striking to essentially him bringing me to the point of wanting to shoot him. And you guys look at that and think that's real. And I'm like, okay, but that's me thinking of it. I can't put myself in other people's shoes. And really, especially after the pandemic, goddamn, a lot of mental illness came out. I'd say probably 80% of the internet is actually autistic. And I'm not saying I'm not, but it is a spectrum. some of you are really, really high up on the spectrum where you don't read social cues or know when someone's joking. I even had a guy, King Nomad, this is funny. He was in the chat room and he was like, in the comments, this guy threatens you and you got so serious. Like, if you never used the internet, you're an incel, man, and you never get pussy. And it's like, okay, well, first of all, he was like, you're in the basement. You gotta get a basement. Like, okay, this is an office and a house. I have a girlfriend for 9 years, all that stuff. Sounds like projection. You sound like a supreme gentleman, though. But he was like, taking it seriously, my reaction to you, you get the point. Some people don't see that. Like, a lot of the people in the chat, like, obviously, yeah, it's a joke when you're reacting to it like that. But no, a lot of people take that stuff at face value. And that is pretty much how Mike makes his living. Because these people are everywhere. And they are not hard to manipulate. But now it's becoming a problem where it's full circle where people are so stupid and so easy to fool that now he has to keep having disclaimers and explain things like this is a goof and this is not real. So when you're a guy like him who does a lot of this double speak and stuff and doesn't say things just clearly, you can have a lot of issues. But King Nomad, I do want to give you attention because you actually have two personalities, which kind of lines up with you seeming not to know what you think. Like, you like Redbar, you don't like him, you want to pay him money, but you hate him. I mean, it's very bizarre behavior. So you kind of have split personalities. I want to show people this. Hey, and I'm just promoting
breathwork session, which is a ritual we've done for every fight. We basically charge up with our breath, and it's like a deep, long meditation.
Jesus Christ, I reloaded all my fucking videos. Here we go. This is a song by LilBrainZ. Click on the Lossless.
You pick me up, you stick me up, you tick me off, you kick me down, you leave me out, you turn me on, turn around, turn around, turn around. I think you're hot, you think I'm cold, you're a little young, I'm a lot of old. You want my body, I want your soul, I wanna come, you wanna go, turn around, turn around. Baby, baby, turn around. Turn around, turn around. Yeah, baby, turn around. Yeah.
It's pretty good, man. That was way better than that other shit you were doing. LilBrainZ. This is a demo, too. It's like a Kanye demo. You know, you get it before it comes out. What else is there? There's a SoundCloud too. I'm kind of weirded out. King Nomad, who's the real you though? Because like, you got I don't know, like some of your pictures, you look a lot different than you do in like your avatar. Are these old photos? Is that what's going on here? Like, this does not look like you. It looks way different than you did in your avatar. You gonna shoot me, bro? Looking very gangster. It's like weird because here you got kind of like a gangster look. This was your LilBrainZ personality. And then I guess you elevate it to King Nomad, which is more kind of like a Viking kind of look. But yeah, cool music. I think the rapping was better than the other stuff, honestly. LilBrainZ. Makes sense. Oh, here's the ukulele that you're gonna kill me with. See. That's scary, man. Look at the cracked mirror. There you go. You're famous now. King Nomad, you're famous. Wait, there's something else in here. Do I bring this up? Let me see. I think it's in the Discord. Okay, let me move on to the... I'll look for it in a second. I'm gonna do something, but... Okay, hold on. I want to play it here. Search. Why did you spell it like a read? Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna message them and do it. Oh wait, I have it. I want to introduce you guys to this other rapper, actually. I don't know if you guys heard this guy before. He's really good. You guys heard of Caesar Z before? I just discovered this guy. He's really cool. I want to learn a bit about him. Says, no, I don't want the SoundClick app. Born straight from the ghetto of Buffalo, New York, Caesar had a struggled childhood, influenced from the wrong people and forced to do the wrong thing. Caesar demands to have his voice heard, and as a troubled immigrant, now living in Canada, he chooses to rap for everything and everyone that is sick of hearing the same boring concept of rap. I got so many songs out as history. I've collabed a lot with others. I've done 2 live shows and they've all turned out phenomenal. Have you performed in front of an audience who's doing his own Q&A? I love that about these guys. Playing live is what I do this rap thing for, because it shows others that I'm real and I just don't hide behind the mic. Your musical influence, for sure, Vanilla Ice, the only white rapper I respect, to tell you the truth. Other musical influences, Prince, Bob Marley, The Cure, and Naughty by Nature. Read more. Well, anything else? Well, it's hard to say this, but after a long and stressful year, I must say it's all over. I made my laser track, Uptown, and I'm quite happy with it. Still be able to do the occasional track every now and then, so if you want something done, let me know. I think I'm going to get back to my true callings like football and wrestling, and leave this whole rap game behind me. I want to leave strong love to all those people who have helped me out along the way. You know, there's no way I could have been able to do it without you all. One love. And may God be with you along the way to the top. Cool words, man. Cool words. Caesar Z, wrapping up a new style for the people who are sick of hearing the same concept of rap today. Let's listen. Uptown, he said he liked that one. Let's try this.
Hey, yo. This is WTMG, and I like to introduce the man behind this track, Uptown, Caesar Z.
Caesar Z.
Caesar Z is the man behind the track.
Caesar Z.
You don't want to mess with a rapper like Caesar Z.
Caesar Z. Caesar
Z. You don't want to mess with a rapper like Caesar Z. Cause
you even heard everything like this before.
Come on, everybody get out your chair. Don't be hiding cause we know you're there. We all gotta go in one time right there. Caesar got announced, so y'all better be prepared.
Yo boys, girls, Caesar Z is here. Keep a glass out, we about to cheer. Pack y'all bags, we're gonna set clear. You better leave this city for the year, for premiere. Get that gear, get high, then disappear. All you bitches gonna sound sincere when you found the best is leaving here. So check it, all the beats I've wrecked it, all the shits getting hectic. Force you to
Teach
get
you to
up,
share
feel
my
electric. You
emails
better
ever
work smart,
again.
at least for the second. You never find rappers all like this. Got so many rhymes, will put you in bliss. Feeling regret if you pop a disc. Cause we're the true players in the game that exists. Reminisce when we said we'd never leave. When we were a little naive. Came in, didn't know what we'd achieve. Got our mind made up, that's what we believe. We got our one-way ticket going off, ain't going to kick it. Uptown's up, yeah, we picked it. Letting y'all know so you know where the click is. We leaving this shit all first class. We coming back, we the blast with the brass. Showing up your ass, don't think we're done, cause we're meant to last. Where we going is always where we're flowing. Uptown, uptown.
Oh, my motivation's gone.
Where we going is always what we showing. Uptown, uptown. What we sipping, it's got your mind tripping. Uptown, uptown. What we equipping, it's got your girl flipping. Uptown, uptown.
Take a long ride with me, come pop a drink with me. Show your true love for me, give me those hugs that I need. Cause case I came along and did it. 3 songs with Caesar Z, that's what we did. Cause we got the hit, cause we flipped the beats and we made the hits. That's how we roll the track. As we bust on the mic, making those hits that we love, making fans tear up. As we got on the bus, moving out of town. Going uptown, getting out of the game, winning the game on time to let it rise and fame and glass. So pass the brass, cause this boy's got the class. What we left on I don't understand, so get it for your CD racks. Shit out of luck, that's what it be. Caesar Z, that's who we is. We playing the game, that's meant for king. We still standing, and that's
alright, you're using that too long, man. What's going on?
Come along for the ride. Alright, as we go uptown, we say you can come along for the ride.
Where we going is always where we're flowing.
Uptown,
uptown. Where we're going is always what we showing. Uptown, uptown. What we sipping, it's got your mind tripping. Uptown, uptown. What we equipping, it's got your girl flipping. Uptown, uptown.
Lyrical as Zair.
Bring it back.
Bring it back, yeah.
Where you going, turn around, cause we going uptown. Show you how we get down, you see. Caesar Z, the almighty, might be leaving, still believing, always achieving. I ain't the type to be.
My favorite fucking rapper, guys. This guy's awesome. Set up, make it stop. Oh. Maybe I got it confused. That's what was playing. Well, that's Caesar Z, everybody. I don't know why Hipstar is up on the screen. It's a weird coincidence. But that was pretty dope, man. Pretty dope. That's my new favorite rapper. I probably would put, let me think, King Nomad, and then I have Caesar Z, sorry. King Nomad, fuck. Caesar Z is at the top. King Nomad, you're, sorry. Caesar Z, LilBrainZ, then King Nomad. That's my ranking for this. Hipstar, I don't know why you're on the screen. Why? Maybe you can explain that later. Annoying loop, terrible mix, static. I need to wash this track down with the Capri Sun. Those pictures are from before my heart attack. I didn't know I had a blocked art. I'm sorry, King Nomad. That sounds awful, dude. I hope you're okay. I don't take the comments that you left personally. And actually, I appreciate that you're here now. Very, very cool of you. Especially to this fucking mess of a show. Wow, the start of this was probably the worst fucking thing on the internet ever known to mankind. Guys, I was very, very sick. But seriously, I was very sick for a few days, and my mind was fucking mush. I don't even get into it. Sucked. And I still, yesterday I had a headache. I took Advil. I was like, oh, I feel better now. Then today, headache came back again. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. Maybe it's those jabs doing it. Maybe it's that. I've noticed after, yes, I got the vaccine. Oh no. Oh no. And I got the booster. Oh no. So, I'm not famous enough to go into my personal life, apparently. But let's just say I got the booster, and I don't know if any of you out there have been noticing weird things like this, but very strange health conditions have arose after this whole thing. And we could say, oh, was it getting COVID or was it the COVID shots? I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but all I do know is that after I had gotten COVID and I was already vaccinated for it, I ended up in the emergency room with like an insane pressure on my chest. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I was trying to like walk it off. It started with like felt like someone stabbed me in the stomach first, and then that after I couldn't breathe. And I was like, oh, is it COVID related? Maybe it's just normal COVID symptoms, but I'd already had COVID and it was a week later. So I go to the emergency room and I wait. And I go in, and the guy's like pushing on my stomach to see if I have like maybe some sort of, I thought it was appendicitis, honestly. That's how bad the pain in my stomach was. And the guy's like, no, you would have like lurched forward if I pressed on the area where your appendix is, if you actually had appendicitis. And so he goes, I think what's happening is you just have acid reflux. And so he does a scan thing. And they said I had like GERD, something I've never had in my life, ever. I've had no major health problems ever in my life. And they said the stomach acid was building up and it was pushing into my lungs and like pushing them forward. And so that's why I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was like, what the fuck? Like, this has never happened to me in my life. They gave me like these pills. They're called like proton pump inhibitors that reduce the amount of stomach acid you have. But there's like long-term side effects of that as well. And so then you're stuck on that if you take it for too long. So I said, fuck that. I am not doing that. I took it for about 2 days. I felt better. And then I just threw them in the drawer and I never touched them again. And luckily I've been fine. But now I've noticed, which isn't a huge deal because I'm not huge into like candy and stuff like that. But if I eat candy, I will go into a full-blown attack where like my stomach acid is like lava and it comes up into my throat and fucks my whole throat up. And it's like, this started after this whole vaccine thing. And it's just very weird that now like... It's like that shit never even happened, right? Remember, we were all freaking out and it's like, oh, we're locked down in the house and can't go anywhere. Oh, vaccine passports. You need the shot if you even want to leave your fucking house. Oh, you want to go on a plane? You need a fucking ID card that says you're vaxxed. And I remember joking about like, oh, they're going to have vaccine passports next and they're going to be mandatory. Ha ha ha. And then it fucking happened. And we went through that whole thing for those 2 years. And then one day, funny enough, the same story, I went to the emergency room for this, right? Fucking empty. Empty. There was nobody in there there's one other woman, and she was getting very angry because they were calling people before her, and she was like trying to fake her pain. Because the way the health system works in here, very fucking weird. A lot of people always like, oh, that's free healthcare's awesome. They got it all figured out. And it's like, not really, because the thing, you can still get private doctors and stuff here and all that, or go to a private clinic. But if you use the free healthcare system, it's terrible because you're essentially waiting forever just to see a doctor. So that is the benefit of having insurance in the States. And what they do is you walk into there and they basically rate you on a scale. So they gotta try to base it on your honesty. And if you're one, so Robin had made this mistake once. She actually had her appendix burst. She went to the emergency room here and she wanted to be tough and play it off like no big deal. So she walked in there and she told them her pain level was at like a 4. And then what ends up happening when you do that is they go, oh, okay, that's not that bad. You're not an emergency. Go sit over there in the waiting room and just sit in a chair for fucking 12 hours. It was like, I think it was like 8 hours at least or more. So I told her, like, from now on, when you go in there, unless it's something very, very minor, if you feel like it's an emergency, you got to go in there and tell them, no, I'm in pain right now. Yeah, they'll send you right through. So when I went to the emergency room, this other woman was doing the whole act. She was going, someone please help me. And then when someone else would be called before her, magically she was fine and she would stand up and she'd go, hey, what's going on? Can't you see I'm in pain here? It's a very weird system. So you got to go in there and be like, my pain's like a 7 or 8. And if it's like you need surgery and you're bleeding or a gunshot wound, then you're a 10. That's my thinking now. Never go below 6. If you do that, you're going to be sitting and waiting. But back to what I said before. I'm going to the ER in the pandemic and it's nobody there. This crazy woman, one other person, and I remember they called me before her and she got mad and she heard my name, my last name. She's like, are you Italian? And she started chasing me as I'm trying to go into the, like, doctor is calling me. It's like, are you Italian? Your last name. I know someone with that last name. You're Italian. I need to talk to you. And I was like, oh no, it's it. I just ran from her. Yeah. But it was fucking empty. And then everything just went back to normal. And I remember going to like the university here is where they had all the booster shots and everything, and fucking hundreds and hundreds of people lined up in this big open space, all getting and now it's just like, that never happened. Everything's back to normal, guys. You'll see a few, very, very rarely, people wearing masks still. And I guess it's like, oh, if I have a cold now, I'll be courteous. People are more mindful of it. But like, yeah, life just went back to normal. And it's like, yep, you all just stayed inside for 2 hours and did whatever we said. And you put that shit in your arm. That was easy. All we had to do was scare the shit out of you. Tell you your grandma's gonna die. Yeah. I don't want to get deep into that, but my speculations on that whole thing. Release the Zair Manifesto. Yeah, but you see what? Then I'm no better than like the people. Like when Redbar shared my emails in his bring back group, I thought that was very gay behavior. But Zair was kind of open with me. Like he was telling me stuff and it wasn't like, hey, Lossless, don't tell anybody this. I can't. Don't tell anyone. Let me see. I will message him. I want to be fair. There is a video, voice memo I can play. Wait, let me see. Is it okay if I show the long thing? Or would you rather me not? Zair, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to respond. I think he's okay with it because I did say, is it okay if I bring that up? And he gave me a thumbs up. But holy shit, he wrote me a lot of stuff. He sent me a paste bin. If you know what that is, you know what they do with those things. That's where someone writes out like when they're about to go into a school and do some scary stuff. Yeah, I can share this on this end. Let me see. Real mode. Chrome. Bam. Paste.io. Okay, let's see if this works. Wait, let me see. Let me look back. Let me just make sure. I don't want to be an asshole. Let me see. Yeah. Other thing, if I can reference the letter you send because it's a funny tying into how I would cut. Yeah, he gave me a thumbs up. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think it's okay then. Let's see. You guys are not going to believe this. So this is regarding the Sven thing because I was very curious, like, what was happening there. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Wait a minute. No, there was nothing there weird. I was just curious if I shared something. There's a message from this guy. I think he's a Redbar fan or no, he's a Jimmernam fan. You are a sick fuck. Go repent for your sins. Let me see. No. Okay, yeah, there's nothing here. I don't care. I'm not sharing anything weird. Look, this is a guy, this is a message from a guy. He's like, go fuck yourself for poor momming Morbid's live stream, you racist piece of crap. Okay. Here. Pay spin. Let's see. Look at this. It's crazy. Okay, let me make sure. Oh, there's like a raw version. Okay, here we go. This works. So, you guys wanted it. I'm going to read through. This is very long. You sure you want me to read this fucking shit? Here's the Zair Manifesto in regards to the Sven Stoffel's situation. I should have played the refresher. Let me... Apparently, like... And I can believe this. There is miscommunications a lot of the times, and I think that is partially what went on here. But let me see if I have 20. Fucking annoying because I feel like I have everything that I want to look at, and then not all of it is there. Fuck's sake. You can't use the search function in a fucking Discord DM? Are you fucking kidding me? Let me see. I want to find the video of basically Sven where he did the goodbye Zair. Whatever. Let's look at this. I say, okay, I got some time to type this out. So to start, Sven and Co. will never produce any actual evidence of any wrongdoing on my part in his community, any chat logs, screenshots, clips, anything particularly, and any evidence of me harassing women, and especially anyone in relation to Sven. That is because particular allegation harassing women was added only a couple months ago by Sven. It was launched for the first time in the BBG thread where I said Sven is lame and demanded a refund for my annual sub because his shitty website does not properly handle PayPal payments. This was not my fault. I just got billed one morning like my annual was set to renew, which it was not. Even in their Discord or anywhere, you won't be able to find this allegation prior to him posting in that thread because that's where it originated. Sven just lied wholesale, then his community decided to repeat and run with it and simply community lie. Also, they have never managed to substantiate original thing I was excommunicated for, in which the Liz literally straight up lied for no reason. I have a theory why, but it's not anything I would intentionally did to her. The original incident happened during Sven Streams Season 2, 5, E25. 2.5, episode 25. If you want to go look that up, like I was like, dude, I'm not gonna go looking through fucking live chats to go prove this shit. That's like crazy. So it's kind of, I don't know. That leaves it in a gray area, because if the lack of proof or the proof is in these live chats, that's so hard to go back and go look through. From my perspective, I was just saying random silly stream chat type stuff, and among the things I said, which specifically set Liz off, was something like next week's Sven Black Wife reveal. He had mentioned this to me in DM as well. He's claiming that he made a comment that he thinks this is one of Sven's mods, and also one of the women who draws on his channel, the good friend of Sven's. And she had said something like she wanted to reach out to me and show the proof to me, but then she feels it sounds so stupid to even get involved in it. It's dumb. That's good. There you go. And I wanted, in fairness to Zair, I want to try and explain this whole situation for him. So look at I'm working with here though, so it's very confusing. But in fairness, Zair does seem to have some points here, and I want to be fair. I want to be fair because you know what? Over a year ago, when I had the thing with Redbar, he covered my live stream, and yes, at first he was kind of being like, hey, you're coming across very autistic here, and being a little bit of, critical a bit. But when I showed up in his chat and I actually was conversing back and forth with him, he was more fair with his coverage of it, and he kind of understood where I was coming from. And when you get in these situations, it's so dumb to even explain yourself. So I get where he doesn't really want to be too involved in it. And it's like you're trying to explain this whole convoluted situation to somebody else, and then nobody really cares, and you come across dumb for even caring. Sven has made it clear he doesn't want to be involved in this. I've told other people who are involved in this thing, they have no pressure to bring up anything that you don't want to bring up, because this girl Liz had said, I want to reach out to him and show him screenshots proving that he was abusive to women. And so I reached out and I said, guys don't have to send anything if you don't want to, if you don't want to be involved in it. But Zair needs to and deserves to give his side of the story. And if then they want to combat what he's saying here, they can do that. But he says here, he made a joke. Next week's Sven Black Wife reveal. And he thinks that Liz mistook that as a joke against her or something. I don't know. To be clear, this was literally just some random silly shit I was saying. No direction or intent or meaning behind it. Just some nan. You know, you're talking about naan, like the bread. He's putting all cultural references in here and everything. Like some just BS nonsense. Sven having a black wife isn't even a real meme. I don't know why, but this made Liz instantly flip out and ban me, then flash my ban in an annoying way, where she kept banning and unbanning. That's kind of funny though. She kept banning you and then unbanning you. I don't know. That's kind of funny. My theory is that maybe she thought I was referring to her, or that this was a dox threat or something when I said black wife reveal. That's the only thing I can come up with. Wait, what? So is this the insinuation that you think maybe she's black? Black wife reveal? From my short stint in there, I'm not giving any personal details out. Her situation's figured out. There's no like it wouldn't be Sven revealing on anything about a wife regarding her. Okay, if that makes sense. She has her own life. Anyway, they eventually started discussing on stream with Sven. And Sven, could you imagine me getting this, by the way? Jesus Christ. With Sven asked Liz what I did, and the best she could come up with was, he was sort of like spamming kinda, and you having a black wife? And Sven just kind of went, fuck it, I don't give a shit, ban him. Oh, so he's saying Sven black wife. And that's very offensive to Sven to insinuate he could even possibly have a wife who is black. I get it now. You can see all my messages recorded in chat. Feel free to point out if you see anything egregious I might have been doing. Let's try to speed this up. I also wasn't spamming at all. I might have said Sven black white for real. Maybe like 6 times over the course of the entire stream, just every once in a while. Sven and I had a DM conversation and I basically just said let it go because Sven was doing the whole I'm too cool, this is too gay, just cop out to and apologize, let's move on thing. Then in season 2.5, episode 26, I was 100% overall the thing with Liz. This is the one of the thing really convinced me Sven is a fag. Whoa. Because I literally did nothing here. I never even brought up the incident from the previous stream, nor said anything to directly discuss it at all, or say anything to indicate that I was still upset about it. One of his own mods was the only one who asked me about it, and this is the only thing I said. Again, all the chat messages are recorded in the stream VOD. Was something stupid like Liz and I had jocular jape argument or something. Basically just being silly and saying it was a joke. Jocular jape argument? Okay. Apparently, at the same time, his mods were already buzzing Sven and trying to tell him I'm acting out before I even said anything. Then they just told him, I don't know, but what Sven said, just believe them at face value without even checking into the chat or anything went on their huge part rant. I told him not to bring it up. He's bringing it up again and being a bitch. And then he said, goodbye, Zair song and everything. Dude, I literally didn't even bring it up at all. And when it was brought up by his own mods, I basically gave good-natured answer. Oh, it's still, oh my God, it's so much. Sven never saw any chat logs or screenshots or anything himself either. I directly asked him and he didn't do. This is too gay. I don't care. This is below me thing again. Basically that he wasn't going to look into it. And he just made the executive decision to run with whatever his mod said at face value. Zero verification or anything. This despite derailing 2 streams for 30 plus minutes to focus on me and specifically manage his mods flipping out. Yet I guess he couldn't take 2 minutes to ask his mods for some actual evidence, I guess. Anyway, after this, I basically said, fuck Sven. Then, months and months later, in the BBG, I said on some post that he sucked. Then a couple days later, the subscription renewal refund thing happened. After that, he literally replied to my refund request email with, you're sick. This is verified. So explain this in more detail. Zair was signed up to Sven streams thing. And I guess he paid for a year in advance. Similar structure to Redbar, I guess. You can pay for a year or you can pay monthly. And Zair had been a yearly subscriber. And then I guess what happened is this whole thing went down. He is claiming he never actually said anything. There was a mod in Sven's community that was trying to talk to Zair. This is Zair's recounting. And Zair claims he sees moderators in a chat as vermin or like lower subhuman people. Basically. That's not word for word, but it's kind of what he was saying. And he said that the mod was trying to talk to him and interact with him. And he was like, I really don't want to talk to you, dude. And he claims that mod was mad because Zair was kind of big timing him or didn't want to associate with him. And so then that mod made up a lie that Zair was being abusive in Sven's chat. And Sven, being a guy who does not want to get into the weeds about a conflict, just took it at face value of what his mods were telling him and then banned Zair with no evidence. That is his claim. And he showed me the screenshot here of this thing. It's actually kind of pretty funny. Hold on, let me just fuck it, I don't care, I'll go right into it. Here it is. Here you go. Refund annual subscription. Zair, please could you cancel my annual subscription and refund my recent renewal? I would not like to renew for another year. Then Sven posts a screenshot from the BBG saying, Sven's honestly become pretty R as of recent. It's heartbreaking. And Sven says, you're sick. And I guess he didn't refund the money. What do I make of that? I don't know, Sven, it is kind of weird. Like over $55, I think it was. If
you're kicking the guy out of the group, and he was annoying. I don't know, from a business, from a business perspective, even if you dislike someone and they're leaving, I don't know, I think I would just give them the $55 back just so they aren't speaking poorly of me. But I guess if you don't give a shit, totally cool. And if the charge went through, whatever. But Zair says that he ended up getting the money back by doing like a chargeback dispute or something. So he ended up getting the money back, and he said, haha, Sven, I got the money back. So I don't know. That could go either way. Like, I mean, it's his decision. Like, Zair claims it's Sven's website that's broken and that he canceled. But the way, I don't know, he was trying to explain all this shit to me, guys. I'm trying to explain it for him because he's not here. He said the way Sven's website, so Sven, if you watch this or whatever, this is his claim, that your website is fucked up as far as how the PayPal agreements work, and that even though he canceled his agreement, the website still processed the charge for a renewal of a new year and disregarded the cancellation of the agreement between the PayPal. You know, you have those PayPal reoccurring agreement things with websites, that it's not respecting that and it's still charging. Or Zair could be lying and he forgot to cancel his subscription and got charged again and then was like, can I get my money back? So it could be either way. There's no proof of that. I mean, he's just showing me a screenshot of a PayPal transaction that shows that he asked for the money back. And Sven said, you're sick, which is pretty funny response. I mean, the guy's, you're talking shit about Sven in another community and spreading the bad word about him. I could see why he was angry. I think this is almost over. Hold on. Seeing the totally different nature of the initial incidents and the timeline of when, why, and how Sven started the harassment thing paints a clear picture of what actually happened. There were two. This is a manifesto. This is like something you write, and at the end, you strap a bomb to your chest and you run into the World Trade Center. There were two separate sets of events where Liz plus mods wigged about at me, Sven, in which I started to think Sven is gay. Then, 2. The BBG encounter where Sven repurposed one into harassing women to try and lash back at me because I said he was gay and asked for a refund on the annual sub renewal. I literally don't care whatsoever about incident 1 because it was always some stupid shit to begin with. But I always did nothing wrong in that case to begin with, and you can see all of my messages in chat, recorded in the VODs for Sven Streams 2, Season 2.5, Episode 25, and Episode 26. Also, only ever sent Liz one DM in Discord after the flip out in Episode 26, telling her to stop lying about me to Sven, and that's it. Nothing else said, basically, and never before or after have I ever messaged her. I also don't know where the women, plural, comes from. It's literally just Liz. One of the claims was that Zair was calling women cunts. And there is a funny thing. So Sven sent me some screenshots of Zair does this thing in the BBG where he copy pastas this message where he asks women, do you call them Draculas or vampires? And it's this whole like icebreaker for women, but he copy and pastes the same thing and he sends it to every woman in the BBG and says, do you call them vampire or Draculas? And then goes on to explain which is the proper terminology. And he sent it to all these women in the BBG, and from what I heard, it was failure. And so the picture painted is that he went into the BBG trying to get with all the women there, was rejected, and then in Sven's community he went to, he was just like, fuck it, I got rejected, now I'm just gonna be an asshole to women and call them cunts. That's the vision I was being given, just from what I've seen. I don't know. And they claimed that they chalked it up to a cultural difference, that maybe Zair is just culturally different, and they were willing to forgive him for it, but then it was just pushed too far. That's what I was told. And he was warned multiple times. Fairness, I haven't seen any evidence. I saw the funny messages that he sends in the BBG. But I have not seen any evidence of him calling the women cunts, so I don't know. And I don't want to, like, look at this. Season 2.5, episode 25 and 26. I'm supposed to go through the VODs of the chat to go and see. And it's too much. Yeah, I also think watching the VODs while paying attention to seeing that you basically can't find anything egregious or particularly wrong with any messages I send in either ep is also important because it basically establishes the root of what happened. Well, if you were banned, wouldn't all your messages be gone? I don't know if that's the case. But I think so. When you hide someone on your channel, it usually erases all their messages. Unless they're on the screen in his actual hard-coded into his stream. I know he does that, so that is a possibility. There was literally zero element of harassing women or whatever. You just is saying the same thing. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. Here again, there is no evidence. It's literally just shit flinging, and it only keeps working because people just repeated it, despite it not being true, and there is no evidence. You said that. Not even weak evidence. I guess because they just trust Sven's word at face value or something. So, yeah, there is, I don't know, there is truth to, I think at least back then, I think Sven's trying not to drink anymore or whatever, and cheers to him for that if he is actually trying. I know he slipped, he said last time, but if you're trying, that's very cool. Again, I promote don't do drugs, don't drink alcohol. I even hate that I'm addicted to caffeine, and this is terrible for you. And I hate that I'm addicted to these stupid gay vapes. It got me away from cigarettes. That's the best thing. But yeah, no promotion of any drugs here. We don't think it's cool to do drugs. I don't think it's even cool to smoke weed anymore. If you're younger, sure, experiment, do whatever you want. But honestly, or if weed is medicinal for you, or you can function with it, whatever. Do whatever you want, but I'm saying I don't promote the use of it. And I don't think it's cool. I don't think weed is cool. Or start out your show with, everybody drink with me. Take 3 shots of your hardest tequila and kill your liver like I am. And then take exactly 9 kratom pills every 5 hours. And then you got guys like Comedy Shaman literally mimicking his whole cocktail of substances. Poor Shaman. I hope Shaman, if you're out there, I hope you're doing okay. I think he said he was going to go to rehab for kratom. So he was a Redbar fan and now he's in rehab. So just be careful. But Zair did send me a message because I was very concerned. You know, we had the whole thing with Zair talking about he's a secret operative in the BBG and he gathers information and then he goes around and tells all the fools or potential fools of what Mike's going to do. So be very wary, and here's your guide list of how to repel a Redbar attack. Starting to sound like CIA. Then I get this manifesto from him, starting to sound very terroristic, if for lack of a better word. I'm like, is he plotting something? So I asked him, man, you need to record some sort of statement. He was supposed to call in tonight, but I said, it was earlier today or maybe yesterday. I was like, I'm going to go live. And he's like, I really want to call in so bad, but I can't. I'm busy. Maybe he's working or something. But he said, I'd be happy to record a voice memo. I wanted Zair on camera, like here. It would have been so funny to have him up here as a guest. But let me go to his, he sent it to my email. And I go to his voice memo. Let me look at the chat while this is loading here. What does Mike even do? From what I know, you mean substances? So I have some guesses. Okay, here it is. Here's Zair's statement.
Assalamu alaikum, Lossless. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address your audience. I would simply like them to know that I'm not...
Hold on. What? Zair, that's not what you sound like. Why are you trying to sound... I don't know, it's like a very... Hello, Lossless. Just embrace your accent, man.
Assalamu alaikum, Lossless. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address your audience. I would simply like them to know that I'm not ISI, nor Mossad, nor CIA, and I'm definitely not a traitor. I simply wanted to give Naeem a light scare, and I think I succeeded at that, but I might have gone a little too far. Now, with regards to the Sven Stoffel's question, I'm going to use this broadcast as an opportunity to announce my fatwa upon Sven, placing a target upon his back. Sven's officially forfeited his right to, so he's got to be, Well, that's all from me. Subscribe to Lossless. Peace!
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Did he say he's put a fatwa on Sven?
Sven's officially forfeited his right to, so he's got to be, Well, that's all from me. Announce my fatwa upon Sven. This broadcast as an opportunity to announce my fatwa upon Sven, placing a target upon his back.
Is there any Middle Eastern translators in chat?
And Stoffel's question. I'm going to use this broadcast as an opportunity to announce my fatwa upon Sven, placing a target upon his back.
My fatwa? Is it fatwa or is he saying fatwa?
Fatwa upon Sven. To announce my fatwa upon Sven.
Sven, he apparently is enacting some sort of act of terror on you. He's plotting something. I told him to record something and tell everyone he's not CIA and he's not plotting anything. Wait, the beginning he says,
Assalamu alaikum, Lossless. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address your audience. I would simply like them to know that I'm not ISI, nor Mossad, nor CIA.
Okay.
And I'm definitely not a traitor. I simply wanted to give Naeem a light scare, and I think I succeeded at that, but I might...
See, he says here, that guy Naeem, he was trying to give him a light scare. But when I looked at that message, I don't know what the truth is, but I don't know. It makes me feel like maybe he was kind of... Because I noticed people in that group were always kind of like alienating Zair, and I saw comments like, why is Zair still allowed in the BBG? And then even Jules had mentioned that there's some contention with him and he's fighting with other people. So could he have been disenfranchised with the group and was like, fuck it? Or he has been reaching out to people, or he saw this guy was a fellow Muslim brother and brethren, and he was like, oh, I don't want anything bad to happen to this guy. I see he's talking shit, so let me give him a heads up of like, dude, just back off and it's not going to end well for you. And here's a guideline of what to do. That is my thinking. He says that's not the case. It was just a prank. But it didn't look like it, because normally in that case, you would have just said, Redbar's watching, or Redbar's going to cover you, so be prepared. He's going to say, he's going to ruin your life, man. But it was a very nice message with good advice that would actually apply if you were trying to subvert any sort of Redbar coverage. Okay, let me go back in the chat here for a little bit. I want to see some of your messages there. King Nomad, I'm glad you're here, King Nomad. I knew you'd come around. He says, you have a strong grudge against this Redbar character. I think it's because you expect him to be more of a mentor, which wouldn't be good for your personal development. You're referring to me? Then absolutely not. So here's a rumor I need to dispel. Because I kind of relate to Zair in this situation. I don't know what the exact truth is, because I have not heard the other side, because they decided it's below them. They don't want to even talk about it. It's like old news, whatever. So I mean, I have to kind of respect that, because unless they are like, they hear this and go, okay, maybe we should just release screenshots to prove that Zair was actually saying the things we did claim he said. If not, it's just up in the air. But I get the idea, like the concept, like, oh, it's so stupid having to defend yourself. So like, I've told that whole story, the true story, which is backed by facts that you can all look up. Everything I said is true. That I had a back and forth conversation with Mike. And this is something I left out. Mike reached out to me. Okay? Because it was a message from Benjamin Scott. And this is a guy I've heard of before, that I know he's in the BBG and well established there. And what he had said to me, it was something along the lines of like, you said something on the other show, like, keep a level of distance between you and the fan groups. My speech was about, I never want to join the hardcore fan group of one specific show. I find that weird. I've done it in the past. Like, I ran a Howard Stern community and it was all about one subject. But even that was like way cooler. It wasn't like cultish or anything. It was like people sharing files and like, hey, did you hear this part of the show? That was great. Way different time now. This group is totally different. It's very hive-minded, and there's like these weird rules of obeyment and fools and all that stuff. It wasn't like weird and subversive like that. Howard Stern was more of like direct and in your face. So I said, I think it's a bad idea to get involved in that. I never said I've never made that mistake in my life. What I said, there was a reason why I didn't go, oh, I need to get into the group. What happened was, I told the story of Mike said on a show he wanted a clipper that could do a good job, and to email him if you can. I emailed him saying, I could do it, here's a channel, and I didn't get a response that time. Then I made videos, not clips. I wasn't clipping his channel. I made a video about the Sam Tripoli thing, and Mike left a comment on my video telling me to reach out to him and share the information with him and get in touch with him. And I did. And funny enough, he deleted his comment. That's very weird and suspicious. Very weird. Why is he obfuscating evidence? Okay. So now him doing that makes it seem like, oh, I just reached out to Mike and I was writing him all these emails randomly out of nowhere. No. He requested someone to email him. I emailed him once with a link to this channel when it first started, with one clip saying, here's an example of what I could do. What do you think? That was a very short email. That was it. No response. I made the Sam Tripoli video. He left a comment on that saying, reach out to me. And Benjamin Scott is like, you said the whole speech about you don't get involved in the group, but you were like reaching out to Mike directly and none of us would ever do that. Okay. That's a lie, first off, because goddamn, wasn't there a whole thing where you were all reaching out to Mike asking for his money? Please give me money. I'm so poor. Many, many examples of things like that where people do that. I mean, and so my response was, again, this autism. Do I really have to explain the difference between a host of a show reaching out to another content creator on YouTube, leaving a comment on his video asking him to reach out to him, and me doing that, reaching out to him, and being a guy who is in a group, a fan group that is a sycophant group that loves the guy and the host and buys his clothes and wears the same clothes he has, the exact same clothes, buys his outfits, buys his merch, asks him for money. I said, you need me to explain the difference to you, why that is weird what I did is way more normal than anything they do in that sanctimonious group. That's what I said. That sanctimonious Scientology meeting where you all believe the same thing and you have a rule book, and it's just like, but then you have Mike saying, oh no, this whole place is unmoderated. You can do whatever you want here. But then it's like, no, there's a list of rules, and if you don't obey them, then you're an R, and then we have to bully you out. And in some cases, they do a good job, like with Ryan Kelly. Ryan Kelly totally deserved it. He was bullied. He basically admitted to flagging Pod Awful's channel and then went to the BBG for backup. It was like, guys, now he's doxing me and he's calling my number. And then he was stupidly posting all the phone numbers that he was getting these calls from as if it was the person's actual number. Of course, they're spoofing numbers. And he's like, guys, call these numbers back and say Redbar's. It was so cringy. Call back and say Redbar's watching and that Jesse owes him for copyright infringement. And here's all the numbers. And he kept editing the post, re-adding new numbers that were calling him. Like, dude, these are not the real numbers. And they were like, respectfully, you came in here, you trolled Jesse, reported him, gloated about it. Now you're coming here for our support when we don't even support you. And he got made fun of and he was bullied out. And the story about his wife was true. She was in a road rage incident, and it's creepy. It was like in the news and stuff. She bragged about having a safe personality, that she was able to get a gun and pass all the testing and stuff, and that her own family members were saying, I don't feel comfortable about you having a gun. And she was like, that's very rude for you to say. Would you say that to anyone else who's buying a gun, or is it just to me? Because that is an insult. Like, why can't I have a gun? Why is me having a gun such a bad idea? And she got very mad. Sure enough, shortly after, she's in a road rage incident and shoots at the car that the people are in, and there's a family in it. That's fucking wild. Like, and it was like, I don't know, I think a week after she got the gun. So I just joke, like, that's the type of people that are in there. I don't know, if I was Mike and that kind of person was in there, I would have fucking booted them just to prove a point. Like, we don't support those types of people, but it's all cop-outs from here on and upward and onward. That is the response to everything now for Redbar. It'd be like, this group is self-moderated, we don't support any of this stuff, and so don't even bring it up to me because I don't care, because we don't support it, we don't control it. And it's like, yeah, you do. I mean, so that was Zair's message. I mean, other than that, there's not really much. He wrote me so many more messages where there's a lot. He basically explained the same thing over again and again and again and again. And he said, it's not literally $55, but basically that was the spark that lit the powder keg and caused him to drop the harassment allegation. So he's claiming that because he asked for his money back after being kicked out, then Sven found the message of Zair talking shit in the BBG. He kept the $55. And he said he was already mad about me saying he's gay. Basically, then the refund thing made him mad. Also, he's poor. He's accusing you of being poor, Sven. Speaking of the refund, he didn't. I lodged a PayPal dispute and got it back anyway, how? So, nya boo boo to Sven. He said, honestly, I didn't write it to be shown, more to inform you so that... Oops. Sorry, Zair. I'm just reading now. He responded to me asking if I can show the paste bin. He says, honestly, I didn't write it to be shown, more to inform you so the tone is not as I would write it to display, but up to you. I'm in the middle of something, but we'll still read, by the way. Well, Okay, Zair, if you're listening or listening to this later, everything in that paste bin is exactly what you explained to me in DM, like over again. Like you explained the whole thing over again. And I actually think that paste bin is more succinct and easier to understand than this back and forth convo we had. But there you go. Sven, if you want to respond or if you guys want to show proof, he's claiming you guys have no evidence. And I know your end of it was to say we don't want to get involved any further. So I don't know. Ball's in your court, I guess, if you want to prove him. If you don't, no pressure to do so. But I felt like he deserved his chance to give his side of the story. But with that said... You're a fucking son. Fantastic. That is a good song. I'd love to hear that on an album. Okay. I have some other topics here. Because you know what, guys? This is the problem. If I get stuck in the vortex of talking about Redbar every single episode... it's no good. It is no good. Then it'll be a vortex of just talking about that every single episode. Don't get me wrong. If there's something pertinent that actually makes sense and is good to bring up, I will bring it up. I think that's the taboo of this whole thing. There's a lot of people who are just afraid to even talk about the guy. And I don't care. Like, what is going to happen for me talking about him? Nothing. He's not going to bring me up. He's not going to do some big expose on me. Because if he even try, there's nothing. And then I got something in my pocket just in case. Maybe someday Mike goes fucking crazy and he's like, fuck this guy. I need to kill him and ruin him. And he goes fucking Super Saiyan on me. I got some. And I got a lot of people who want me to fucking respond to it. But I have like a lot more stuff to bring up here. Like, I don't want to talk about Jake Paul in the sense of like, let me talk about the mainstream take of what was going on there. I wanted to talk about George Janko and this Jake Paul thing that just happened recently because there's very funny stuff that happened on there. Katt Williams was just on Joe Rogan. I want to talk about that because there's funny moments from that episode. And since this whole fucking first 20 minutes of the show is a disaster, I'm gonna need to cut that out and edit it. So maybe I'll edit this into clips. This is okay. Something I wanted to bring up at the beginning of the show. This is really fucking annoying to me. So one of the episodes, I believe it was the second to last one, not the last one before, I played that clip. Remember the old clip of Jesse talking to Mike on the phone and they were having that argument back and forth? So whoever made that video is anti-Pot Awful, right? But they stupidly, in the back of the background, you know, it's a video of Jesse dancing as an avatar. The background is scenes from Space Odyssey, the movie. And just because there's an animation short clip of it in the background of that video, if you play that video on your channel, your video just gets blocked, monetization totally cut off. And I disputed it and I said, this is a video of an avatar dancing over a clip of the movie. It is fair use, it's transformative as it is. And then on top, because it's just visual, it's not audio from the movie. It's audio of Jesse and Mike arguing. And in the background, there's just flashes of the fucking movie. And then on top of that, I was doing commentary on it and I disputed it and I wrote all of this. Rejected. And then they said you can reappeal again, but if you do, then you could risk a strike. And it's like, then it won't let you trim out the segment because if you dispute you lose the ability to now trim segments or mute segments out. So it's like whole video just demonetized because I played this video that they're saying it's fucking Space Odyssey. Fuck off. That's why I hate YouTube. So again, there's also this thing. I had an awesome song. So like, I think it'd be cool to do a music show like one day of the week. But then I was like thinking about that. What is another alternative? Because there's like an album that just came out. It was a new Schoolboy Q album. It's really fucking good. I don't know if you guys have listened to Schoolboy Q. He has some really good, probably the last few, Crash Talk was a good one. Some of his earlier stuff, what was that? Yeah. I'm the man of the year. Titty ass hands in the air. Somebody over there asking for the man of the year. Man of the year. Man of the bounce. That's a good song, but that was like his pop song. But he has a lot of great albums, and I like Schoolboy Q. And he just released a new album in 2024. But I realized there's a good song. I wanted to play it as the intro. I got a lot of music. I got a lot of cool music, but this is this weird thing that I've noticed with artists, specific ones. They always get this weird thing where they can't license or play their music in Russia. It's specific artists, and when they get blocked in Russia, it basically blocks monetization of your video altogether, so you cannot play those songs unless you just want to be like, fuck it, I don't care about the monetization. But then it's like, what am I even doing this for? Like, my whole purpose of this was, I want to start DIY with what I have, nothing invested, and then anything that's put into the show, then I will reinvest that back into this, into making it better. Yes, the wall is boring. I want to get a vinyl backdrop or maybe some sort of black backdrop, something cool. And then this whole wall will be black behind it, and it'll make everything kind of come together. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I need to do, like putting some finish on this unfinished table, all kinds of stuff. But basically, anything you donate to this, any of the memberships, all that stuff will go back into this. That is what I'm going to do and build from that. And one of my ideas was, maybe I should do 2 shows a week instead of a music show, or it could be a more musical show. The second show, I'll put it as the members only thing. But before I had it where I was like, okay, I'll do like members only as like the higher tiers, but I'm thinking I can move it to the lower tier. And then as long as someone is a member, and I think the lowest tier is like 99 cents. And then there's another one that's like $2 or something. Decide between those two, where if people are a member for such a cheap amount of money, at least then there is a video I can put up and it'll be members only. And then if you become a member, you can access that stream. And then those are the videos where I can say what I want, do what I want, play all the music I want. And it doesn't matter if it gets blocked because there are members signed up. And that's what I'm thinking going forward. So we'll have this show will just be the show where I can't really play any music. It's just gay. And I can't say much. And then the members only stuff, I'll lower it to the lower tiers so more people have access to it, because it'd be ridiculous for me to make videos and be like, oh, you can only access this if you pay this higher tier. Like, no, I'm going to lower it to the lowest one. You could sign up to it, watch it, and then cancel it. I don't give a shit. Whatever you want to do, but I think that's the best way going forward, because then I can play all the music I want. Because if you can make a video on YouTube and you keep it totally green, monetization-wise, the CPMs on YouTube right now are actually very good. Surprisingly. You wouldn't think so. They weren't not too long ago. I'm going to look a little bit at the chat again, and I want to move into these last few topics really quickly. The Katt Williams and Rogan stuff, I might be able to get to one bit of that at the end. But it's a 3+ hour podcast, and I still haven't finished the whole thing. But I did find a really funny moment on it. That was kind of funny. Okay. White Groiber here. Hi, White Groiber. Thanks for coming back. The Grim Reaper. He's not even rapping on beat. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm hoping. I don't know if I was supposed to. I don't know if I was supposed to do that. But shout out to Caesar Z, y'all. Hey, man, you share my private emails, there's going to be payback. Pex Rock. Thank God he's succeeding in comedy. King Nomad. I knew you'd come around. Just curses. Zair uses a fake voice. Yeah, in that memo, that's not Zair. You want to see what Zair looked like before? Let me see. YouTube. You guys think I'm kidding? Blue Glass Red. His name was Blue G Blue Glass Redbar. So here we go. What's that? This is Zaire from a year ago.
It hit me and then it passed by me. They're like, oh yeah.
And here's
like I said earlier, I'm not trying to shit on him right now. This is like us watching his demos, right? People grow, people change, people have their moments like this, and his happened to be extremely public. So
video, it's not the same resolution, and now that he has come back
on that end, I'm sorry, but that's not like I hate you.
Shooting it at a higher resolution, and my theory is that he thinks that the average
sure
person,
we
which is
could
probably
hang out
true,
and
doesn't have
smoke
any
weed
fucking
together.
clue how to capture his fucking show in 1440p. Like, he probably has the idea that, oh, everyone's going to use a screen recorder because that's what he's used to. People screen recording his show and then fucking clipping it and it looks like shit. Like, I was actually pulling from his source material. So I made the channel, and let this be noted, because I saw someone comment on the video and they were like, oh, you're taking a clip from a really
do that
old...
either. It's gay. Mike released the email.
Yeah, this is funny. Oh yeah,
so I wouldn't do that, but the stand video is worth it, I must admit. Yeah. The stand video is pretty much all we're gonna go to. I don't want to fucking
episode where Mike said.
So yeah, this is funny. He was covering this. This is a stream I did. I was super hammered on vacation, and this was right after I got the emails from Mike being super insulting, and then he was trying to copy strike my channel and take it down, and I'm like drunk, fiddling with a laptop and going, oh, fuck, I just see the email now, and I'm like trying to like delete all the clips. My first instinct was, oh, I'll just private them all. But even if you private a video, if he has the link to it, I guess he could still issue copyright strikes against it. Or maybe by the time I privated it, or he had already issued the strikes, and it was like 3 strikes. But luckily when you do it in a row, it only counts as 1. Whereas if he had done it separately, he could have taken it down. I believe that's how it works. But yeah, it was like a race against, like, he's copy striking me and I'm deleting all the shit. And you didn't take it down. And that copy strike, actually, because it was a new channel, was my warning copy strike. So it didn't even count as a real copy strike. They made me go through copyright school, which is basically like a 10-minute questionnaire where it's like, do you know that using other people's content without transforming it is illegal and copyright infringement? Yes. Okay. Don't do it again. And that was the end of it. No strike. So I got lucky. But he was going to continuously, he was going to strike all the videos. Then it would have been gone. But I was quicker. Too bad. So this is Zaire. This is, look, 1 year ago, and it's his only video. Like, look here. Here's his channel. The War on Redbar. 1K views. So he made his debut with his Sharp TV. God damn, man, look at them bezels, bro. This is a Redbar faux pas. By the way, you know what? Guys, this is bezel wars going on around here. I see a lot of these creators talking about fucking bezels and shit. You know what? Go watch Redbar, right? Mike, go measure your bezels, my friend. Let's look at this. This is 1, 6. It's like in between 6/16 of an inch and a 1/2 inch. These are less than 1/2 inch bezels. You look at a Redbar clip, same thing, but Zair, these are crazy, bro. This is crazy bezels. Look at that. That's got to be at least 1.5 inches. Sharp. This is crazy. Oh, he's got one of the OG vapes too here. You see that? I used to have one of those. Those are so messy though. Like these are so much better. Vaping used to be so much more fun though. You'd go and like me and Robin would go to all these different vape stores. This is in the beginning of like the vape culture, where you would build your own mods and make your own coils and stuff. And they had like these crazy vape mods. They were called this top piece here, called like an RDA. And then this is the bottom part with the batteries and stuff and all the buttons. And they had ones of these where you would open it up and it would be like a deck. And then you'd build your own coils. You put it in and screw them in, and they had all millions of different types of RDA styles and decks and coil types, and like you had to know the resistance and the ohms of the coil, and then you put cotton through it and you thread it you put the juice in. But by the end of it, you're like squirting all this juice into this thing, and it's just leaking out all the air holes, and you're getting juice. Fucking mess. These things are just like self-contained, and then you don't have to even press the button. You can press a button, but you can just go. And that's it. Very easy, very simple. And then refilling it, you just like squirt into the thing. But I used to love this. Me and Robin would go around. We'd go like to New York City, all like the coolest vape shops that had the latest like vape stuff. And this is like 7 years ago or more. We were heavy into it, and we would go around and collecting like all the newest stuff. And it was fun. It was a fun hobby. But now it's totally lame. Actually kind of leads in as a good segue into the next clip. But like, look at Zair here. Zair was much different. I think he lost a lot of weight. Now he has like long straight hair, and he's looking like a suave camel guy. Let me bring this up. Let me bring one of these things up. This is so stupid now because when I restarted my computer, I had all the videos paused, and now it wants to reload them all. Oh, LilBrainZ. LilBrainZ, I mean, King Nomad. This just popped up. Scars are forever. Let's play this while I look for the clip.
I see you walking down the street with someone else. Try to hide my feelings, but nothing really helps. These scars are forever. You're not my baby anymore. I hope your head is up and never down. I wish I was better to you when you were around. I know your scars are forever, but you're not my baby anymore. How could anyone replace? Nobody could ever take your place. You're not my baby anymore, but these scars are forever. Walking down the street with someone else. Try to hide my feeling, nothing helps. These scars are forever, but you're not my baby anymore. I hope your head is up and never down. I wish I was better to you when you were around. I know your scars are forever, but you're not my baby anymore. How could anyone ever replace? Nobody could ever take your place, but you're not my baby anymore. And these scars are all I have.
Scars are all I have. Okay, so here's Joe Rogan and Katt Williams. There's a lot of crazy stuff that happened on this episode. It's actually a good episode. You know what? Controversial opinion. I stopped watching Joe Rogan when he moved to Spotify for a very, very, very long time. But there are some interviews, and this one in particular, he put on YouTube. He didn't just keep it on Spotify. There's a couple of interviews he does that I still think is interesting. And I don't hate Joe Rogan. I do get the whole... In this clip, we're going to see examples of some of his bad traits. But I thought this was just a funny, weird interaction. Katt Williams is very weird, too. He's getting a lot of praise, but I kind of want to... I don't know. Be a little critical of him because he's saying a lot of weird shit, too. Let's see. This is... Okay. 7:33. I thought this was... Here.
Extreme anything.
Yeah.
Extreme left is as vicious and as
So they're going to talk about banning vapes and flavored vapes.
You know, the middleness of it all.
This is very odd.
That makes America great. And Texas has been front and center of that forever.
I think a big part of it, though, is how much does your government control you? Even when things don't even make sense. Like in California, they made flavored vapes illegal. Can you imagine? You're like, strawberry mist is our number one
That was
problem.
fine, but they let it also hurt black people in that it counted menthol as a flavor and hurt Newports.
So you can't sell menthol cigarettes in California.
Right. They have their own cigarettes.
Is wild.
They have non-menthol Newports. Yeah, it's terrible.
Why do black people like menthol so much? What's that about? It's a totally different type of cigarette.
You're going to get me canceled.
No.
This is very racist, this conversation, even though neither of us are. Go figure.
Just talking about a type of cigarette that people enjoy?
Just saying, why do black people like Newport so much? And a black person actually getting ready to answer this.
Wait to see Rogan's defense for this question of why he doesn't think it's a bad idea. What is this? Warning. I'm seeing in my thing there's a warning for something. I don't know. Heads up. What is that? More info. Are they blocking Joe Rogan content? When you turn on content ID matching, YouTube auto-determines claims against other users upload content that matches portions of your reference file. I don't know what that... Hopefully the stream is still up here. Guys, let me know. It's showing some sort of warning. I'm doing commentary over this shit, so if this is Joe Rogan doing some content ID shit, fuck you, Joe. I will fight you to the death.
It's terrible on all ends.
I don't think it is.
Well, I don't think it is either, because we have a new...
It's like if you start asking me about spaghetti, I'm not going to get offended.
Nah, it's
you start
not
asking me
like
about
that
Italian
at all.
Food, or why are Italian people so loud? I'm not gonna get
How
offended.
many people have ever died of pasta-related illnesses?
A lot.
Joe.
A lot of fatzos out there kicking the bucket, bro.
That's not because of pasta.
That's an overabundance of carbohydrates,
They were gonna...
Katt Williams is essentially saying here, no, Joe Rogan, it is not the same because you're Italian. If I asked you, why do you love pasta so much? It's the same as asking, why do black people love Newports with menthol? But Katt gives a very respectful answer. In this clip, Katt Williams, I don't know.
He's to be fat wherever they live, sir.
Too much weed.
Maybe. That's an overindulgence.
Gonna be great bread eaters and
delicious high carbohydrate food. They couldn't stop it. People are addicted to food like they're addicted to anything. And if there's a thing that I could ever be addicted to, it's that.
Right. That's all of us, though.
All of us.
And what a blessing.
I saw some people saying, "Oh, this is like ASMR listening to Katt Williams," but I don't know. He has these weird things where he pauses and he's into the mic and making all these bodily functional noises.
Have so much.
Starving people aren't addicted to anything.
Major dead air.
Don't have food-related illnesses.
Exactly.
But back to where we were.
Yeah.
You were asking me about the menthol cigarette.
And you called that. Joe's trying to pretend like, oh, I don't remember what we were talking about there. He's like, back to what we're talking about. And then he's like, oh, yeah, left versus right. And he's like, no, when you ask me why do black people love menthol cigarettes?
They don't have food-related illnesses.
Exactly.
But back to where we were.
Yeah.
You were asking me about the menthol cigarettes.
Oh, that's right.
And the answer is we value strength in product. So there's this whole thing with liquor and malt liquor and
he's saying black people like menthol cigarettes because it's like liquor and malt liquor. They love the most potent version of something. So I guess menthol gives more of a kick, and so they're claiming that's stronger, and they like to conserve, I guess. The stronger the cigarette, the better. I don't know, menthol tastes like shit. You have that problem with these vape things. If you don't get the right ones, they put this weird chemical in it. Even the ones that are not ice flavor, like they'll say, oh, this is peach ice flavor, and then there's peach. The ice flavor has the menthol. But then you'll try the regular peach, and it still tastes like fucking chemicals. There's very, very, very few flavors that you can get that don't taste like that menthol. I fucking hate that menthol taste. And it, like, your whole throat is cold, and then when you breathe in that pain, I fucking hate that feeling. I can't understand why you would like that. And that's essentially what menthol does. But they've done the same thing here. They've banned flavors here, and they've already found a workaround for it. Basically, what they do now is they sell the nicotine separate. Let me see if I can find it here. What do I got here? Oh, that's my gun. Where I'm gonna tisk a bullet into someone's head. Where did I put it? They sell you like the nicotine separately, and then they sell you the flavoring. Oh, I don't know where the fucking... Oh, here it is. I dropped it. So here you go. They sell you this, which is, look, you even got your Canadian stamp on it. So now they're charging. This is just nicotine. There's nothing else near but nicotine. And so then what you got to do is then they sell the flavors separate. And then you got to go like this, open this up, open the flavoring up. Like, fucking, at this point, I'm like, this is really getting me to want to quit. And then you got to go, you squeeze this to get a little air in it. And then you put the flavoring thing on top. And then you go like that. And just squeeze all the flavoring into it. Pop it off. Go like this. Put it back in. And then you got to go shake, 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 shake until all the flavor is in there. You got to let it sit and steep and... Yeah, but they found a workaround because you can sell these flavorings. And the thing is, it's so weird. They use these for margaritas, or they claim on a lot of the websites, oh, these are flavorings for margaritas. So I guess you can technically put, because these juices are vegetable glycerin and propylene glycol, and then flavoring. And I guess to flavor margaritas, you could technically like take this and put it in a margarita, or maybe that's just their workaround to say this isn't to flavor your babes, but that's the whole purpose of it. And so then they sell, these are like 30 ml bottles. They sell you like a 27 milliliter. You can see how it's like yellow and then a red area here. So they give you like 27 milliliters. And conveniently, their other 3 milliliters is enough to squirt that other bottle in. So that's how they're getting around it here. I know New York has banned flavors as well, and California. But the thing is, this is the contention, they considered menthol a flavor, even though menthol is from the mint plant. It's a natural thing. They considered it a flavor, and so what ended up happening is they banned flavoring of cigarettes as well. So now you can't have menthol cigarettes in California. I'm sure there's ways to find it if you really want it, but that's why this was brought up, because I could fuck black people up. Because now they took away the menthol.
Difference between the two, and one is richer and stronger. And
the more potent version.
Right. And as,
okay, that makes sense.
A people, we tend to go with those.
You see he's spitting on Joe's floor.
Things are stronger. That makes sense.
Right. Like before things were called concentrate.
Yeah.
That's what
concentrate.
That makes sense.
Concentrated. And the fact that menthol is a natural thing. So,
right.
Anybody who is from the South knows about mint plants and,
mint.
And menthol used as a skincare product, like injuries and shit.
Right. Like you appreciate that as a flavor profile as well.
Right. That makes sense.
The mint julep.
It's just telling people they can't have that anymore. Who the fuck are you? That's my position.
Well, and that's a no.
You. That's my position.
Well, and that's a.
He's fucking spitting that. That's like when you smoke a joint and then like the little ashes get in your mouth. He's spitting that all over Joe's floor. I wonder what Joe thinks about that.
A noble position, and we appreciate the fact that you represent that, but the truth of the matter is not pretty. And the truth of the matter is that most people would like to be controlled more by their government if they
make it easier. Maybe.
Most people are all for government control as long as they don't have to discuss it.
Yeah, as long as it works in their favor, they'll give up a lot of rights. And then hopefully the next administration that's...
Rights are generally worthless at the time.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that if the government can make life easier, a lot of people have it hard.
You can.
Okay, so this is the point where Katt talks about the trans agenda, which is very, very, very controversial. I don't know. Like, I like Katt Williams. I see Focus CDS here. Hey, Focus. Katt Williams is a sharp dude. The podcast was great. He is a bit a nut. Oh, he is a nut at times, but knows a lot of shit. Mike says menthol is toothpaste in smoke form. What a chore. Focus says people like to hate popular shit, but Katt was dropping gems. So no, I agree with you in the sense that yes, he has a lot of cool things to say, but then he kind of gets into this weird territory where he's not really saying much. Like I would say with a lot of this Joe Rogan podcast, there wasn't anything crazy. Like he always goes into the Illuminati thing, and I'm trying to recant his speech here. He was like, the reason I can talk so openly about the Illuminati is because, they do what they do and they do it very well. and they know that I can't affect what they're doing, and I can never be in the Illuminati, so they won't kill me. They say, sir, you are a dark-skinned black man. You could never be one of the illuminated ones. So even if you did know what we were doing, we're not afraid of you. That was essentially his thing. But he's been saying this forever, like Illuminati, Illuminati, Illuminati type thing. So nothing really new there. But here he talks about like the trans stuff.
Fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear. So like when I be like,
I feel like Joe was the weak link in this interview actually. Like a lot of, I don't know, he seemed nervous, and rightfully so, because Katt Williams just came off of that whole Club Shay Shay thing where he was just dropping bombs, like actually saying some crazy behind the scenes industry stuff. But this whole like thing about the comedians wearing the dresses and trying to feminize, like this is a conversation that's been going on. Millions of people have talked about it for fucking ever. So it's not really anything new. But let's see if he has anything different to say this time.
All these guys are wearing dresses. Yeah, everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's not.
That is a weird thing.
It's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is. So 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was a prophet. It's just I had gotten so much information that I understood that things are secular. So
Is it okay? I'm not totally against a conspiracy theory. Okay, right? Especially if there is credibility to it. But couldn't part of the reason be that seeing a muscular or masculine black man be emasculated and feminine? Like, what about Mrs. Doubtfire? They did it to white guys too. It wasn't just black men. I think like they had that Miss Doubtfire role. Williams did very well in that role. It was very successful, and he's a comedian, or was a comedian. He is now dead. And it would be kind of weird to say, well, when a black guy does it, it's emasculating, but a white man doing it is not. Then you're playing into the tropes of like the black man is the more scary masculine type that shouldn't be in a dress. And it's like, but for comedy purposes, yeah, it's, I guess some people find it funny to see that. It's kind of like that whole trope of like, oh, the big bad guy is now in a dress. He has been humbled, and it's like a sign of relief. Like, haha, the big scary guy is in a dress. That's kind of funny. I mean, a lot of things can be explained away with just simple logic, but yeah, if you want to conspiratorialize everything, like, this is what they do. They force them to wear the dress. Like, what, these people have no autonomy anymore? Like, those guys who decided to put on the dress were, what, held at gunpoint and said, you want to ever make it in this town, you got to put on a dress, Nogo, or you're fucking done out of here. I think it was, logic says they wanted to further their career, and that was a role that could do that. It could show, oh, your versatility. You could dress up as a woman and be funny. It was Eddie Murphy dressing up as all the different characters in the family, and I mean, it was a pretty funny movie, so I don't know, but it's a concept that's been around as long as time. It's not exclusive to black guys. A lot of white actors have done this too. But yeah, shit. Well, there's cringy movies. What about the Adam Sandler shit too? What was that movie? What was with the twins? The two twins. Adam Sandler played the two sisters or whatever. Fuck, that was cringe. If that wasn't a humiliation ritual, I don't know what is.
Understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender was Baphomet, the transgender.
Baphomet.
And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass ring.
Really?
And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things would become popular in the future. And that somehow...
He predicted transgenders because Baphomet, you have to kiss his asshole ring? Am I hearing this clearly? Is that what he just said?
Calling ass ring, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass ring. And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass ring.
Are we fact checking it? Why is Jamie not bringing this shit up and fact checking this? Is that true? Baphomet, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his asshole ring? And what book does it say that? I want to see the text. It says you gotta put lips to ass crinkles. Or this man is just fucking high off his ass. Look at that. That's the face of a man who is blazed.
Really? And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things would become popular in the future. And that somehow calling people the GOAT would be normalized over the sheep being always the most popular reference.
God damn, we got some good weed, Katt. Jesus Christ.
This must be the weed.
I'm trying to figure out how to
Calling
jump in on
people
that.
the GOAT.
Right. Which is my only goal.
I always wonder whether or not all the stories in the
stands
Bible,
for
it's just
greatest of
where
all
we are experiencing
time.
it. Like the mark of the beast thing that we were talking about earlier. If that is not, I think if you had to tell a story for so many years, before anybody ever even figured out how to write it down, and you're telling a story about a civilization that allowed people to put brain implants in them, and then all of a sudden the brain implants were hijacked by machines, and people became just meat zombies controlled by corporations, that would be the mark of the beast. That'd be a demonic thing. If a demon tricked human beings into wearing a hat that turned you into a zombie, that demon would be like a famous character in books and folklore. But that demon exists, and it's just technology. It just shows itself through this desire for the newest, latest innovations that are going to constantly fuel it becoming more and more powerful. And one day it tricks you into letting it into its head, like a vampire. Like the vampire stories, you had to let them in, remember? That was the thing. You had to invite them in. And if you invited them in, you're fucked.
Do you call them vampires or Draculas? That was Zair's pickup line in the BBG. We'd message every woman the copy pasta. Do you call them Draculas or vampires? And he sticks by that he said it's a great opener. I don't know. From what I've heard, he hasn't had success with it. So I don't know if it's such a great opener. But we'll see. I'm wondering what the fuck is... You guys are still seeing the video correctly. I see there's still 29 people here, 325 views. But it's showing a warning, heads up, and saying something about content ID. I don't know what the fuck that means in my OBS control panel. But yeah, you get the point. I mean, there's another clip here where he talks about Jeffrey Epstein and the Illuminati. And then I can wrap this up with the whole thing that ties into this George Janko, Jake Paul thing. And it's, trust me, it's not covering just the basic shit that they talk about on the show, because that'd be very gay. Something with Jake Paul that's very creepy. So let me just get there. Everything always ties together. This. I love that. They can just shoot things to the other screen. I'm so pissed that the beginning of the show was just such a disaster because it would have. I don't know. I'm gonna have to fix all that shit. Let me go into this. Yeah, so there was this whole thing. George Janko, okay, he has a podcast now, and then Jake Paul has a podcast called BS with Jake Paul, and they went on each other's podcasts, right? And there's this one fucking funny thing where the reason I named the episode
I gotta
this, George keeps using this weird word where we'll see.
Just like grab life and regain control of it.
And I got to ask you a question then. In a perspective for a child that I'm watching online, quite proud of success. He's getting a lot of hate, and he reminds me a lot about you.
No, don't say that.
Come
on. He reminds you of my old version of myself.
He reminds me of you. You know why? Because I see every move is calculated. Every move he's making is calculated. He knows what he's doing. And I think in his heart, just from an outside perspective, I think he's trying to set his people that he loves up. And I think he's doing the same thing that you did in a different shock factor. But you got to remember, you paved the way where being the problem child could be a solution. And I saw him on the interview of Impulsive. He was very different back in the day when he first found success. And you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Who is it?
His name's Jack.
Yep. So what advice would you give to Jack knowing that he's on this...
What do you think he's about to say? What do you think about to say?
It's Jack.
Yep. So what advice would you give to Jack knowing that he's on this trajectory of... I think he's putting his life in danger.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of people out there that want to...
No, that is not a real word. And yes, he uses this multiple times.
Would you give to Jack knowing that he's on this trajectory of... I think he's putting his life in danger.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of people out there that want to be in the light, and they're seeing a lot of people getting sick and tired of his actions, and I'm very scared that somebody's going to do something to him that he can't reverse, regardless of all the bodyguards that he's hiring. And I understand that it's entertainment, but we got to have some type of structure where you're not putting yourself in danger, and most importantly, the people that you love in danger. So what advice would you give to a kid that is, I hate to say this to you, following in your footsteps as the problem child?
I would say it depends, but I would say what
take
more
steroids.
do you want? Because he has enough money, team breath to be able to buy a property somewhere and live on it and take care of his family. So what is it that you are trying to accomplish? Are you trying to gain more followers? Because if you are, sir, young man, they are following you for the wrong reasons. They're watching you to watch your demise.
Yeah, so this is this whole thing now with Jake. I don't know, these guys are doing such dude bro science and psychology. And you go, oh, that was just a mistake that George made. But no, look, let's go here. 50, 47. George Janko thinks this is a real word, and if you don't believe me, go in the dictionary, Webster's, whatever you look at. Projectory.
Because if you stop doing what got you there, it's everything that you did and sacrificed and were called an idiot for is for nothing. You just did all this to do what they said you were going to do, and it's you're going to stop and you're going to fail. And what happened, which I think of the grace of God, boxing fell into your lap. Yep. You had a different trajectory to head. And so I think that he's got to the highest limits of where he should go with what he's got going on. Yep. And he needs to find another passion to chase that could find him even more success financially. stop and you're going to fail. And what happened, which I think of the grace of God, boxing fell into your lap.
Yep.
You had a different trajectory to head. And so boxing fell into your lap.
Yep.
You had a different trajectory to head.
Yep. Pretty retarded, right? Okay. And then earlier in this episode, it's funny because George goes on this whole rant about how it was so hard to get Andrew Tate on his podcast, and he goes into this whole thing about how he made the connection, and it's so crazy. And then Jake basically says to him, you know, if you wanted Andrew Tate on your show, you could have just DM'd me. I have his number, and I could have got him on. And he was like, oh shit, that's funny. So hold on, then George goes on Jake's podcast, and this is gonna lead to some wacky stuff. Let me pull up.
Fuck you. I mean, I was gonna bring it up if he didn't.
No,
say
no,
it.
I'm small spoon, bro, and not because of my height. I mean, it comes like an action figure, like
Sometimes
not sold
I like
separately.
Little
That's what
Spoon. Like, yeah, sure. You need
Little Spoon's awesome, bro. Listen, I'm
it's like
having a
having
house,
it's like
a
having
life.
on
Just give me some warmth. You know
like
what I mean?
having on a little jetpack. Like, you know what I mean? Cool. I like it. Yeah.
This is first off, they're talking about who is the small spoon, and then there's just this super awkward moment where George has never met these guys before, and he's talking to them about like their life, and then this guy, I don't even know who he is. George asks him about his life, and he goes, oh, my mother's dead. She died of heroin. And then they all start laughing. And then George is like, oh, am I being trolled right now? And they're like, no, my mother's actually dead. And this goes on for fucking ever, where they just keep redoing and doing it over and over again. So that was like a really weird start. And they kept this in the podcast, which is odd.
Hey, you little backpack vibes.
I'm Little Spoon.
Gonna be fun.
That's not why I love my mom. I have no mommy issues. I just like being small spoon because it's cozy.
Ask him about his mom.
How's your mom?
She died from a heroin overdosing on my.
Why would you ask about that? Why would you ask about that?
Why didn't fucking
She
know?
literally died on his 8th birthday.
Are you joking?
You're a dick.
Are you joking? Is this a bit? Nah, you're messing with me.
No, she's dead.
Nah, dude, don't do these
No,
jokes.
she actually was like
I'm gonna use 1.5 speed and watch how long this goes on for.
She's not a party. I'm not gonna. You'll be alright though. She's like super dead. And
I am very sorry for your loss.
She died on my birthday, which is tomorrow. So tomorrow, like, I gotta think about her. So I'm gonna do it.
Please tell me you're joking.
No, not joking.
It's crazy of you to ask about that.
That's so triggering, and you're like a piece of shit.
So it is a joke.
No, she's super dead, and you keep reminding me of it. It's like a constant reminder.
Is he messing around?
On his mother's life, she's dead. Yeah, my mother rest in peace. My mother's rest in peace.
You guys are wild, bro.
You're wild.
I am very sorry. I should have known that this piece of shit has no soul.
Is he the piece of shit, or are you the piece of shit?
You're the one
association. I'm a piece of shit.
Hey, we were best friends for like 6 years.
No, but they got rid of me. I'm not part of the crew anymore, dog.
No, I didn't get rid of you.
They sold me for
I didn't get rid of you. I didn't get rid of you.
So sorry about. Is it your birthday tomorrow? This podcast to me right now, dude, is bro. I am very. I'm smiling right now
Make
because
sure you guys like and subscribe.
I love you, and I'm very sorry
for more bullshit.
It's okay.
Fuck you.
Listen, what did I do?
Can you do one thing for me? Yes. Can you look into that camera right there and say download better and play better?
No.
Why would you ask me the one thing I can't do, dude? Yo, when his album drops, maybe next year, maybe this year.
Yeah.
Drowned all the way.
She loved heroin. Like it was like what's your favorite meal?
Why are you laughing at us?
Yeah, it is fucked. What the fuck?
Like a little empathy would go a long way.
She loved Hamburger Helper and heroin. And she had a red card that she named Teddy.
Triple H from the WWE. Hamburger Helper and heroin. She's Triple H from the WWE.
In my arms. It was my birthday gift to go see her. She also had cancer.
Oh, no.
I'm so serious.
Dude, there's no way you guys are doing this right now, bro.
Maybe move on.
Yes, time to move on. So how about those Yankees?
Yeah, so that whole thing was bizarre. Here's a pretty cringe moment. Let's see, 31-27. Jake Paul's going to tell you how 2 L's make a W. 31-27.
Fruits, then I'm not gonna have any fruits.
It's just these guys are on this whole spiritual LA guy journey where they talk about
that interview opened so many doors.
2 L's make a
guests
W.
lined up past March, April, May, like lined up, and these are guests that I didn't even dream about having conversations with.
And here he goes. So George, keep this in mind too. We're gonna get back to this. George is like, I couldn't even dream. I have all these guest lines up. I couldn't even dream that I was going to have it. And he had this whole thing. He did an episode, My Life After Impulsive, and how he made this big, bold move to quit Impulsive and start on his own. And it was very scary, and he didn't know what he was going to do. And he had to rebuild his career. And then he pinpoints basically this one moment, the interview with Andrew Tate, as this life-changing moment that opened his eyes, and now he saw, wow, I'm proving that I could leave a popular show and still survive without those guys and do even better, because now he's getting numbers better than like the Impulsive podcast. But there's a whole reason for this, and it's easily explainable, and so I want to get back into that. So just keep note of what he's saying here.
Let alone having a relationship with them. And so, yeah, I don't know where life is going to go. I'm just grateful to be where I'm at. And I've learned one thing, most importantly, you could either be two men, a man that wants or a man that's grateful. And so I just want to be a man that's grateful. And so I'm grateful for where I'm at. And I pray it just continues to be that way.
I love that. And it's so cool to see, you know, I think for people watching too, like everyone deals with losses or maybe getting fired or ups and downs or whatever it might be. And my life got so much better, and I found myself completely after losing, which was one of my biggest fears. And it sounds like the same.
Because you're like, oh, that's it?
Exactly.
Dude, right? It's like, oh, that's the worst. Okay.
And you just double down, and it's like, oh my God. And now the biggest fear is out of the way, so you're like free in a sense. And then you're kind of come closer to your truest self, which is pretty amazing. It's like 2 L's really make a W, and closer to your truest self, which is pretty amazing. It's like 2 L's really make a W.
2 L's really make a W. Imagine being a guy who actually says that. 2 L's make a W, man. See? Do you know that, guys? 2 L's make a W. So when you lose twice, you win.
And it's like exactly what you went through at first. It's like, oh,
but he's gonna get into his,
you know, you're in that gray area,
spiritual thing. That's a lot of thing. So the problem with George is, right, nothing wrong being into God. I think it's a great thing, and it's a good thing to promote, right? It's just not palatable when you're one of those guys who talks about God and you try to basically, I don't know, market it and proselytize to people where you're like, every show, every conversation, he's got a whole episode where he's like, where Jesus saved my life. And it's like, guys, when you're a Jesus guy and you want people to be into it, you have to make God seem cool. You can't make it like this thing where you're constantly trying to be like, listen, you need to follow God, and then if you follow God, you'll believe in him. And he has this whole analogy of how if you're struggling with your belief in God and your belief is like a wrestling match, and you imagine yourself wrestling God naked in a mud wrestling contest, and you're naked and you're wrestling with God, and he grabs your dick and he's jerking, and it's like you're struggling with God. That's your struggle. And then eventually God's gonna put you in an arm bar, and then you're gonna need to tap out. He's like, and that's you submitting to God. And that's what you need to do. You need to submit. You need to wrestle and struggle. And then eventually he's going to bend you over and then put you in a suplex. And then he's going to take his dick and he's going to put it in your ass. He's just going to rub it around the ring a bit until he fully jams it in there. And then you just got to submit and tap out. Like, you can't be that guy. Like, no one likes that. Have you ever seen someone converted to a religion because of a guy coming to you and preaching and lecturing to you, because the reason why it's very tasteless is it comes across as you are presenting yourself as above the person who has not been enlightened or come to this realization that you need to follow God and submit to him and be dominated by God and be a submissive. I don't know. Kanye, I think, like, a lot of people don't like Kanye, but I think about some of his gospel records. Jesus is King. There are cool songs on there. I think of the Donda record. There are songs on there that promote God, but in a cool way, kind of an ominous, makes God seem like he's kind of a cool guy who gives you superpowers. And this whole new album, I think all that God shit is straight out the window, which is kind of weird. I don't know what his explanation for that is. If it's him saying, hey, I'm gonna put people towards... Nah, it doesn't make sense. Because first of all, he's got his wife on Instagram half naked. He's doing songs about, like, I need 2 sluts, bring me 3 sluts right now. I need to pay attention to my bitch because he's acting like a slut. Bring 3 sluts right now. Shut the hell up before you get examined. That's weird. I think he just realized, fuck, this God shit ain't working. I need to make like a club banger album to compete with Drake. It's probably the explanation for that whole thing. But Jake Paul's going to get into his rituals thing, and I want to bring this up. I don't know if a lot of people know about this. And it really ties into this whole, like, LA cult that's going on. Let's see here. 3511. Here we go. He's going to talk about it here, and then I'm going to show it to you.
Wrestling with God, you haven't submitted to him. So when you're fighting somebody in mixed martial arts, when they have you in a place where you're either going to tap out or you're going to pass out, right? But when you tap out, they have the decision of doing 2 things. 1, showing you mercy, or 2, ending you right there. That's in their hands. And when you submit to God, you have to be vulnerable and be like, all right, I submit to you. And men only submit to God when they know it's time in their life.
Submit to God.
I have a great relationship with God. It's very different than I think a lot of people's, in a sense, which is a total, like, another super long conversation. But
tell us about that.
Through definitely, like, meditation, breath work, spiritual ceremonies.
Breath work, spiritual ceremonies. Sounds normal, right?
First one where, like, I really became enlightened, awakened, whatever it was.
Enlightened, awakened?
A moment where I just was screaming, like, I don't
Remember what we heard Katt Williams say?
I'm sorry, I don't know anything. And just being completely humbled by seeing, like, the power of not only life and earth but of God. And I just
life and earth.
I don't know anything. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, almost like begging them to, like, just be like, chill.
It's a perspective. And that's why in the Bible it says it's easier for a big rope to go into the end of a needle than a rich, powerful man to see God. Because if a rich, powerful man only sees it from his point of view, he's never going to see it from God's point of view. Because a human's point of view is so much smaller than God's point of view. So God just wants a relationship with you. And that's why he's called a father. Because he does, like, when you have a father, a good father, you listen to your father, you obey your father. You're not disrespecting it, because then the relationship could have a fallout. So it's kind of in a place where when you say, hey, God, you're actually in charge. I don't know anything. I don't have the power that you hold.
That wasn't me.
Where do you want me to go? How do you want me to live? You're being vulnerable. And ironically, think about any type of relationship with your girl, with your music, and with your passion, when you're vulnerable.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Real. It's the best way to go about it.
That's where vulnerability is actually real strength. And the people who are afraid of it are actually the ones who are the weakest. But I agree. It's like when you step out of the way and you're almost this, like, proxy of God or, like, the higher beings. And that's where you can, like, find your sacred responsibility. Where I asked that same thing. I was like, yo, like, what do you want from me? and it was like, yo, I want you to become world champion because you're gonna show like so many kids out there and inspire so many kids out there that no matter, or adults, whatever it might be, that no matter when or where they start in their career, they can become the best in the world at it in 6 or 7 years. And it was like, I need you to do this. You have all the tools and capabilities and resources to make this happen, and it's just up to you to make it happen.
And you found your purpose in that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I had this conversation on my last podcast. I said, if you have identity issues, which our country has identity issues, right? In any form. It could be the one that everybody's talking about that's a little bit too much. We won't get into that. And then we have the smaller version where it's like...
Oh, what were you saying there? Identity issues. Yep. Trannies. Okay. So you guys want to see what Jake's rituals are? Let's take a look.
Team breathwork session, which is a ritual we've done for every fight. We basically charge up with our breath, and it's like a deep, long meditation. The first session I ever did, it's so powerful. I started crying, I started laughing.
And we're using a breathwork technique to go into a non-ordinary
This shit's
state.
crazy.
It just brings up so many emotions, so many thoughts. Maybe there's some weird spiritual higher powers controlling this career.
And now we're all gonna try and make a sound.
Interdimensional midwives giving birth to our true self.
I love you guys!
People will probably be like, what are they doing? But I think they won't be saying that after Sunday night.
Bro, what the fuck? No.
And now we're all gonna
Started laughing.
and we're using a breathwork technique to go into a non-ordinary state.
This is Scientology shit. Elon boarding school shit.
Just brings up so many emotions.
LA back shit.
So many thoughts. Maybe there's some weird spiritual higher power.
Maybe there are some weird spiritual higher powers controlling this career. What did we hear from Katt Williams? The illuminated ones, and he can't be one, and that's why they're not afraid of him, because he's too dark-skinned. But a boy from Ohio that has access to children.
And now we're all gonna try and make a sound.
Interdimensional midwives giving birth to our true self. Dude, that is some fucking wild shit. Like, what does that even mean? These people are living in a whole other dimension. Interdimensional midwives giving birth to our true self. This is some next level shit. And at the end there, that sounded like fucking Heaven's Gate shit. Like they were about to all commit an hero together. You know what I mean? Look it up. And hero. If you don't know that terminology, it's a safe way.
To our true self.
I love you guys!
People will probably be like, what are they doing? But I think they won't be saying that after Sunday night.
Bro, that is fucking scary shit, man. That is... Dude, this, I don't know, it reminds me of the movie Midsummer or something. Like, it's like some sort of A24 film. Shit.
I That's the problem, God!
People will probably be like, what are they doing? But I think they won't be saying that after Sunday night.
The weirdness of like the screaming mixed with the emotional, like screaming and crying and I love you, God.
That's gonna help me win my boxing match. And if you don't believe it, wait till Sunday when I knock out Tyron Woodley for the second time.
Team breathwork session, which is a ritual we've done.
A breathwork session, which is a ritual we've done every fight. And he said that on George Janko's podcast or his podcast, whichever. And these are the rituals. And it's legit occult shit. And the reason, there's reasons. What did you notice wasn't happening here? Think about being Catholic. Think about being Christian. Think about being Muslim. Think about any religion, right? What's missing here? What is missing? Actual prayer. This is not how you pray to God. This is not in any text for any religion. Who created this? I mean, it might as well have been Ron L. Hubbard. Right? Like, this is like some subsect of Scientology happening in this LA circle. Someone created their own spiritual rituals. And you know, there's some guy charging him a fortune to have these things done. And they show one of the guys, he's like, we'll do breath work together. And he's like lifting Jake Paul up in all these weird fucking positions and like stretching his body. Where he's like lifting him up and like, it's very gay, very, very, very gay. But yeah. He's paying a guy probably fucking 6 figures to be his professional breathing exercise ritual Illuminati coach. So he could win these boxing fights. Funny enough, he lost. I think he was actually fighting tonight. Like he's done this thing now where he's not he stepped away from like the big events and now he's trying to do smaller, fight real boxers to prove to people that he's not in it just for the money. He wants to be an actual professional boxer who makes world champion one day. And so he's been fighting, let's be honest, amateur boxers with very poor records. But he's not making them pay-per-view. He's making them free. So coincidentally, I saw this. And on YouTube, I saw they were doing the weigh-ins, and it said Jake Paul was supposed to be fighting tonight, but I don't know what the fight was. Paul boxing match. Who was against? Oh, Jake Paul. No, that's from 10 days ago. This was just weigh-ins before. It was a guy I never heard of. The guy probably, like all the people he fights have like these weird, he's Andre August. I think that was the previous one. But like these are guys who are either out of their prime, aged out of boxing, or they have some record where they like got knocked out 400 times. Here it is. Yeah, Jake Paul versus Ryan Borland. Do any of you know who that is? If you guys are boxing fans, let's see. Jake Paul versus Borland. Yeah, I mean this all ties in there. This is all Illuminati shit. But in Jake Paul's scenario, he's just getting fucking ripped off by some stupid LA people with all their weird yoga and fucking stretching techniques. Jake Paul versus Ryan Borland. So yeah, he's like doing all these free fights to try and build his record, and then he wants to, I guess he believes he's gonna eventually fight like Conor McGregor or some of the elite top boxers. He's gonna win the world title. That shit's never happening. Let's see. Oh, stream's actually live now. Let me go to this.
Definitely can't win.
This now though? Let me see. It says it's live. Okay, playlists. Motherfucker, how y'all doing tonight? How y'all doing tonight?
Done for every fight. We basically charge up with our breath, and it's like a deep, long meditation. The first session I ever did, I like.
Just miss it. There we see Paul with the. Good enough hand from Paul.
This is Anderson Silva, though. The fuck is this? It says Ryan Borland.
Speak you. Get a podium in, dog. So you gotta protect yourself, dog. Yeah, Nate Robinson bringing.
Oh, is this for playing all his old fights or something?
Grappling out there. Nah, they are getting some Muay Thai on.
Twice a day with Chris Danina, who is work with Robinson in the mornings, and then boxing trainer Pat.
But all the time, ain't that what they say?
You betcha.
Oh!
Jake Paul.
This was a funny fight, actually.
Robinson goes face forward, and it was back to his head. Back of his head, a rabbit punch.
Give me your gloves.
He's been rattled and explodes with a right hand.
I mean, the thing is, he started out as like Logan Paul's way more of a fucking joke with this whole thing when he's fighting Mayweather. Mayweather clearly let him get a few shots off and was not really trying because it would be embarrassing. But credit to Jake Paul, he does have some skill in boxing. He's got good footwork. I mean, over the years, he's gotten better and better. And I'd say he is good for a guy who is an amateur boxer who started as a YouTuber, compared to a lot of these journeymen who are there to just pad numbers and records. But I mean, if he goes against any true professional boxer who is currently performing, doing well, not past their prime, not unknown guy with 30 million knockouts against himself, worse record, or a UFC fighter who has never fought in a boxing match. It doesn't even matter if the UFC fighter is a good striker. Striking in UFC is way different than boxing. They don't even fight in the same stance. They don't even strike the same way. When you got guys like hitting like this, the gloves are different. It's all different. And then you're executing moves like striking to a takedown. Like, there's a lot to it. Whereas boxing is, they have to strip all of the instincts of everything else they do and only use their hands. And it's a way different sport. Although it seems like it would be an easy transition, it's not. And so not only was it with like old UFC fighters, it was guys who were out of their prime. And he was making a fortune getting people to pay for those tickets. I sure as hell didn't. I mean, I watched some of them, but yeah, I ain't paying for that shit. There's some great websites. I got recommendations. I won't say it here, but where they got, there's a really good one that has every live sports stream, and they have this cool, like, layout for the site where it's a schedule and it shows you all the fights, so you know ones you may not even know are happening. It'll show you like this one's happened at this time, this time, this time, and then they have like multiple streams if certain things are happening at the same time. Bam, click a button and you're watching HD live stream version of it. It's pretty cool. This looks like it's just him playing his old fight, so I don't know if it's started yet. These main events always start like super fucking late.
Back and retreat here. Right hand.
Yeah, no. I guess it didn't even start yet. Time is it?
Logan in LA was a bit distracted in his training.
This fight with this fucking what's his name? Anderson Gibb. This guy was like crab walking the whole time. They're gonna do crab jumps.
It's the guy that tends to take control of the fight early. Yes, you got to be unique. The style is from Gibb, crouching wildly. And that
Crouching.
in there without throwing punches. Being in his face is enough.
Yeah, I guess.
Trainer pop
at all times. Ain't that what they say?
You betcha.
Oh!
Jake Paul caught Nate Robinson on the
This fight was funny because you had Snoop Dogg commentating it. Oh lordy. He's singing black hymns.
Good night, Irene.
Robinson goes face forward. It was back to his head. Back of his head, a rabbit punch.
Give me your gloves.
He's been rattled and explodes with a right hand. All right, took the line back in his football days, but wow. Again, it's not pretty.
That controls a lot of the nerves in your body, right?
Yeah, 100% shuts you down, but you can regain it. He recovered well, though. See if this was fair or foul. Boom. That was fair.
That was fair.
That was fair, man. That was in the air, the GB20 nerve.
Yeah, good offense, but I don't see no defense. Come on, Nate, you gotta.
Well, there he goes. See,
Yeah, this is crazy, dude. It's 1:43 a.m. When is this fight supposed to take place? Look back at the chat here. Pop it up here. Focus at Wait, what the fuck is that word? Osculum infame is the name of a witch's supposed ritual greeting upon meeting the devil. The name means shameful kiss or kiss of shame, since it involves kissing the devil's anus. Hey, kiss the ring. How about the one on my ass? You a Sopranos fan? Part of the lore, some of the lore too. I don't believe this shit per se, but I have heard some dudes rattle some of this. Yeah, wait, hold on. Some guy. Hell yeah, lost the stream. You're Billy the Plug, my new favorite streamer. Okay, man. I'm happy you believe that. Billy will find that very funny. There's a little bit of Billy in all of us. Billy the internet. What about anus? Dude, why is Zair freaking out on Leo Dominique? What happened? I don't know, that Leo Dominique guy? I've seen some weird shit back in the day. I remember he was like pretending to be the Joker, and he posted this post in the BBG of him dressed up as the Joker, and he's like, sometimes you stay too long in the BBG and become the villain. But what did he say? He's like, but I was born to be the villain. And then he posted a bunch of pictures of him in full fucking Joker makeup and outfit.
If you do the Joker bit, dude, it's over. You might as well and hero. And everyone was like, bro, you did the Joker bit. It's time to go. God damn it. Spilled a little bit on myself. Yeah, I don't know. I want this whole thing to be more of like a fun stream where we just hang out and talk about stuff.
One thing I'll give Jay credit for is from his first fight that I saw to this, he's a...
Alright, fuck you, Jake Paul. Get out of here. Who cares? You know, there are a lot of things that I want to talk about. Like shit. You know, like here's a cool thing. This is something I have to pull up. Because I noticed on this most recent Redbar, it's funny, like Mike must be conflicted because when it comes to covering comedians, right? That's his bread and butter. That's an area where he knows a lot about all this shit. And it's something that he could cover easily because he knows a lot about it. But when it comes to like other stuff, like he tried covering Adin Ross, right? That's gotta be something that Jules is kind of curating for him, but even then, I don't know. I don't think she's fully tapped into it. So he like covered this whole thing with like Adin Ross and 21 Savage, where Adin Ross basically scammed, 21 Savage scammed Adin Ross with these cards that were marked out of $250,000, right? And that is the whole story. And then there was another thing where Adin Ross offered $2 million to have Playboy Cardi on his stream. And then Playboy Cardi shows up, fully masked, by the way, shows up super late. And Adin Ross hands him this big bag of cash. Not all of it, but I think like $250,000 apparently. And the whole stream is awkward where Playboy Cardi doesn't say really anything more than 2 words. He just sits there for like, or stands there actually for, I don't know, what was it, 10 minutes? And then he just goes, hey. Aiden's like, can you sit down? He's like, hey, you stand up here. And then they just start playing music and dancing awkwardly around. And then Playboy Cardi takes the huge bag of money and just dips. And they're like, damn, he finessed that white boy. And then Aiden's all upset. He's like, shit, Eddie, I'm sorry. Eddie is like the owner of Kick and also Stake, which is the owner company, which is this illegal, unregulated casino that is funding all of these lives of all these kids. These kids are living the high life basically off of this criminal organization. And it's so funny to me because it reminds me of like, you know, the whole story I told about like the Gonzo podcast days where this guy who infiltrated my old website was an organized criminal and had endless income to spend money on shit. And so he was building this whole network with blood money and then bribing all these people with money. And it's hard for them to deny it because they need it and he has unlimited. So it's unfair advantage, right? This is the exact same thing that is going on with Twitch and this new platform Kick. This company Stake must be laundering trillions of dollars. I don't know, close to it, hundreds of billions. I mean, they had Drake is signed on to Stake as one of the partners. You know how much money you have to pay Drake, not only for anything, but to promote gambling to children had to be big enough
to make him go against any morals of, hey, I have a lot of children fans, maybe I shouldn't be promoting gambling. No, the dude is on stream gambling millions of dollars. It's all rigged. And then he goes, hell yeah, I won $15 million. And they do the whole highlight clip and it gets spread around. So much so that, like, the kids were bringing a video to me. Look, did you see what Drake won $15 million on a spin, on a roulette spin? I'm like, oh my God. You know, I had to explain. You know, all that shit is set up. Like, this is an unregulated casino, and then they can choose what they want the odds to be for specific accounts. This is very shady stuff. It's not real. They're not even playing with their own money 99% of the time, right? So, like, this whole Kick universe is funded by this insane fucking criminal organization. And this ain't going to last long. Eventually, the government's going to crack down on this shit. It's like Stake owns Kick. They stole the Kick source code from Twitch, created a Twitch clone to bring all of the creators who were gambling creators, and even putting up big, huge bags to convince straight edge creators to turncoat and turn into gambling streamers on Kick and leave Twitch, because they're like, again, criminals. Do you want to stay on Twitch and earn what you're earning and be a straight edge? Or if you just bend your morals a little bit and you do a gambling stream at least once a week, we'll pay you $50 million. How's that sound? It's like, not many people can turn that down. Jesus Christ. Not many people would turn down $1 million. But I mean, some of these streamers on Twitch, you know, they can make like a couple million a year on Twitch when they're at the top of the list. And I've seen plenty of guys get ripped off. So, that said, Redbar covered this whole Adin Ross and 21 Savage thing, where basically they played cards together, and 21 Savage, one of his people, had a deck of cards that he used. What is this? Why is there... So you'll see here, 21 Savage's friend in the corner here. Let me pull this down. 21 Savage's friend right here in the corner is going to handle the cards and stuff. And then these cards are marked. And then Adin, when he's turned away, the friend here signals to 21 like, pick this card, so you can see where the marks are. So they're playing high card, and then basically he can see which cards are marked, and the cards that are marked are either going to be the face cards or the higher numbers, right? And he just keeps pulling face card after face card after face card, where it's so obvious, right? And it was just so funny to me, because it was like Mike was covering this as if it was like real, right? There's something super obvious about this. I'm going to show you.
We're putting it, yeah. You can do TTS. I'm going to play some music. Go ahead. You pick your first card.
And he steals $250,000 from him.
How much you doing per card? Stop. Don't pick it up now.
You call.
If I'm down $120,000 and I'm capping out at 200, we're doing $10,000 a card. Oh, shit! What is it now, bro? I'm tapping this. I'm about 50 on you. I'm buying your people gifts. Call the gambling. Unless you want to hop on the 2K or UFC or Mortal Kombat or Call of Duty. I don't get it, chat. Is that cheating? I don't understand. He tapped the card. I don't understand. How could you? What? What? Let me see. What?
So now the chat is basically all reaching out to him and saying, dude, he was cheating. He was cheating. The cards are marked. The cards are marked. And then they go through the replay to watch it. And then one of his friends comes in, grabs a deck of cards and shows him that the cards have marks on them. And what they mean by marks is like you take your fingernail and you just kind of like scrape the card. So you'll see little indents on the corners of the cards, and that tells you which ones are the face cards. So when you're playing high card, it allows you to always pull the high card. We're gonna see how this plays out. And
what?
By the way, again, this man Adin Ross, it's unrelated, but he's a Jew, and he acts very dumb. I'm sure he is kind of dumb, but he is acting more dumb than he really is. And he knows this character that he plays is very lucrative, and it allows him to pull off things that people would never think is a fake bit, because they go, this guy is dumb. There's no way he pulled this whole thing off. But he is finessing the audience. And I'm surprised Mike, even watching this, didn't even capture this stuff. Because there's a clip after this that just proves it. It's all fake. And it ties into the other thing that I brought up, with the Playboy Cardi thing too. Watch.
On God. On God, they're marked. Hold on. How you can tell they're marked?
This is funny because at the end, then 21 Savage comes back, and they both just sit there awkwardly while the chat is all screaming, "Scammer, scammer, he scammed you," and 21 just has to sit there and read all the messages, and it's so.
But this one doesn't have a scratch.
So awkward, and
I don't think
it would be good content if it was real.
Nah, they're scratched, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. These cards are both scratched.
What is scratched?
Look, I'll show you. Get the other face cards up. I'm gonna show you right here. Watch. Right there's a little scratch.
Back onto.
They're marked, bro.
They're back onto what?
These are marked. Look. Look, you see a little scratch right there? This one don't got it though.
What scratch?
You don't see right here? We can play that same game back right now.
And this made big news.
Look.
Adin
Look, watch.
Ross scammed
Right
by
scratch.
21
Right
Savage.
there's a scratch.
Man, get the-
Am I tripping?
Yes.
I don't know. Wait, let me see the other cards. I don't think you do that, bro. I know you wouldn't do that shit to me. But I don't know why the fuck it is. Hold on, let me see this shit real quick. Let me another face card. Yeah, this one doesn't have it.
You tripping?
I done finessed this white boy.
My bad, bro. You're right. You're right, bro. I'm tripping. My bad. All right, basketball chat. Wait, let's do that camera right here. Up top, this one right here. Let's see what it looks like.
All right, plug it in.
This goes on and on. So they're betting cards, and then they bet with dice, and then they play 2K and they bet on that.
Is it mute? Chaz, mute it?
Here's the M part.
You playing? What are you doing? Shoot around?
He's just sitting there. Look, he's all awkward. Like, what do we do? And then look what we got here. Bro scammed you. He opened the cards on stream. Vibes gone. 21 got caught. LMAO. Bad energy. He gone. Bro scammed you. And he's reading all this. You'd be like, damn, this is some real crazy shit. It's real.
Greening everything now.
God damn, the chat hate me. I scammed this white boy, and they know it. A lot.
What is going on?
What's going on?
That's crazy, bro.
While Adin's conveniently looking at the cards in front of him.
Every single face card literally has a fucking slash on it, bro.
That's crazy.
Damn, that's crazy.
I don't even play like that.
I ain't
Everyone,
even play
bro.
like that.
That is crazy as fuck.
Who's security, bro? Like big.
That's not your security.
Okay.
Yeah, bro, it's fucking wild as fuck.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh God.
That's wild, bro. I'm sticking to 2K wagers only now.
Okay. So yeah, that's crazy. Wow, he got scammed. And
Right after
then-
the stream ended.
Now here is Adin.
21 Savage cheated on a game of cards with Adin because while they were streaming together, 21 asked.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
21 called my phone, and we spoke for like 20 minutes, and he was just saying to me like, I got the wrong people around me and shit, and I'm sorry about that, bro. It's just flat out embarrassing, and I'm not that at all, and you know I'm sorry, man, and all that stuff. And then he was like, send me your wire info, make sure you have the wire in the morning. He came through on it. I got the full $250,000, which is what we agreed on before starting the card game and before starting the dice, right?
Yeah.
So,
He
we agreed on
gave him his money back.
$250,000,
Right. And then let's skip to this
I
part
see the good
here.
in everyone, right? I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, and I see the good in everyone, and that's just the truth. Let me see if this is real or not. Hold on.
Okay, right here. Right here. What are we gonna see here? Huh. 21 Savage has a website, right? It's convenient. What does he sell on the website? What is he selling? Playing cards. Deck of matte playing cards with spot gloss print. Right? Playing cards. Remember what I said before, they also played dice as well.
21savage.com. Bro. What the fuck?
By the way, I saw another clip where they exposed, this was edited out of this clip. Adin says, he already, right before this, says, I've already seen this, but yo, I got you guys for the TikTok clips. You need a good TikTok clip. So I'm going to reenact this whole reaction. So his reaction to this shit right now is fake. Pretending to find out about this for the first time. So keep that in mind while you're watching this. And again, they gambled with cards and dice. Remember that.
So this actually is real. It's on his site. It's not even funny. You say you swear to God, bro.
He sells his own trick cards and trick dice. The scam.
Is he selling the dice too?
On pre-order, by the way. So, interesting timing. Is he selling the dice too, he says. Right there. Okay. Following me? Metal dice. 3 solid metal dice with custom engraving. Embroidered dagger. I thought that said something else. Embroidered dagger. So yeah, he sells the metal dice too. And look, pre-order ships April 26, 2024.
Yeah, alright.
Do you see what's happening here,
Alright,
folks?
that was for a clip. Y'all clip that and then put it on TikTok. Got y'all. Y'all, I was just clip farming for my clippers. I got y'all.
Oh, here
I got
he is
y'all. I got
admitting
y'all.
it.
I got you. I got y'all. I did it for the clip. I got y'all. But anyways, so nah, bro. Look, at the end of the day, bro, we already spoke. Y'all gonna say GG, but he was already like, yo, for the next stream, let me take you to Atlanta. I'll take you where I'm from. We'll walk around the streets and shit, and we'll do some cool shit. So I was like, all right, fuck it. And look at you guys gassing it. Like, bro, like, stop, bro. Like, but anyway.
So you get what I'm getting at here, right? Okay. Trust me. I just need to. So the reason I'm interested in this stuff is because this type of stuff that the kids are watching, and I need to keep an eye on this stuff. But there was another thing. Adin Ross, Playboy, Cardi. Right? So this is very fucking bizarre. Like, Adin Ross has become this guy now where all these rappers basically use him. And they don't like him because he's a white guy. But the whole story is like, oh yeah, Adin's a bag. We can finesse Adin and all that stuff. And it's believable.
All right, bro. We got the official Cardi in here, chat. I want to see a W.
This is the most awkward shit ever.
Cardi is here. Finally about time. It's that time, chat. How you doing, bro? You alright?
Okay, so now this is apparently Playboy Cardi in a full face mask. You can't see his face. He barely speaks. Do we even know this is the real Playboy Cardi or not?
Let's officially meet you. Chat.
$2 million offered to have him show up. Is the story.
This is the camera right here. Right here. They're waiting for you for 2 hours, bro. They love you so much, bro, and they feel amazing you're here now.
Let's zoom in right here. See this mask here? Keep note of that as well.
I love you. It's amazing that he's here.
Right here is a better look at it. This face mask.
I love you. Chat, you guys gotta understand, bro. The streaming, it's your first time doing the streaming, isn't it? Yeah. I got you, bro.
Notice how he's not even talking. It doesn't even sound like him. I've heard him. He's a very flamboyant, weird guy, by the way.
I got you, bro.
Way too rich to ride drive a Rose. I made $1 million off the stove. She like to put it in her nose. Pretty bitch with white toes.
It's a good amount of money in here. It's a lot amount of money in here.
Look at this.
Got you, bro.
Handed him a duffel bag of $250,000. He goes, "Thank you.
Oh, you do hugs.
Give me a hug."
Okay. Yeah, nah. You want to take a seat?
Ah, mysterious woman that he hands off the duffel bag of cash to. You want to take a seat? And stand up with me. Most awkward thing.
One day you got to get me right, though. Yes. Yeah? All right, well, chat, look, if you guys got questions for him, we don't got him for too long. You let me know. You let me know right now. I really do appreciate you coming, though, for real. I know you don't ever do shit like this, and it means a lot to me that you're here.
Thank you.
And thank you. Shout out to Kick, again, for making this shit possible. And I know Eddie's sitting here watching this shit, so that's fire.
There's this weird stream. Nothing really happens. They dance around the music awkwardly. There's no real interview.
Follow Adin, please.
Legit, this lasts for 6 minutes total. He goes, "Hey, follow Adin. Thank you so
Why do
much."
you guys think it's not him? It's obviously him, bro. Y'all are trolling. It's obviously him.
My very best is actually insane.
Weirdest shit ever.
I didn't think it was gonna happen. I know you're very busy. You're locked in on the music and stuff, so I didn't think it was gonna happen. How was your day today? What'd you do?
Yeah, thank you so much. Pleasure. Back to the studio.
Doesn't even answer the question.
Music.
You leave right now? Yeah. All right, hold on, let me mute real quick.
Okay, and then at the end of this, he basically goes on and says like, Eddie, I'm so sorry. Talking to the guy who owns Kick. I'm so sorry. I'll get the money back to you. I'll get the money back to you. Okay, and here, some guy says, I can't believe I know this, but Rich the Kid did something similar where he took $60,000 to stream with Jack Doherty, showed up for 15 minutes, took the money, and I think he stole his car or something. Okay, right. So his shtick is like the dork that gets it taken advantage of. Ron Ronson. Yes. Okay. But then, I don't know the clip of this one, but it's basically the same of what I showed you with the 21 Savage thing. Right after this happened, Playboy Cardi on his website and IG was selling the mask that was worn by, whether that was actually him or the guy acting as him was wearing during this whole awkward thing. And then, of course, in the 21 Savage situation, he then used this Playboy Cardi thing to go, I forgive you, 21 Savage. I have bigger problems now. You have to go look at what just happened to me now. Now Playboy Cardi ripped me off. And then there's a whole forgiveness stream where he turns everyone back onto 21 Savage's side. He shows the bank wire that 21 Savage sent him the $250,000 back. It's all scripted. It's all fake. 21 Savage shows up, rips off Adin Ross, rips him off, and then they sell the dice and the stupid cards on the website. Adin pretends like he found it as a, oh my god, he's selling these things on his website? That's how he pulled off the scam. But no, the whole thing is, here's his, now go buy the fucking dice and the cards so you can scam people yourself. That is the whole point of it. So, Playboy Cardi, the same thing. And then the Playboy Cardi thing, same shit. They basically sold the mask and then... Whoa, did I just go in fast motion there? That was crazy. Same thing. And then sell the mask. And then again, they made amends with Playboy Cardi, and now he's saying like, oh, there's going to be a part 2 for Playboy Cardi. We're going to make up for it. I'm in contact with him. He's going to come on stream for real and talk. So what I think happened was Playboy Cardi maybe couldn't make it, and they're like, let's just pull this whole scam where he shows up and I hand him a duffel bag of money, pretending it's him, have some other guy show up as him. All of this is fake bullshit. All of it. And I'm surprised Redbar did not pick up on any of this. He just took it at face value and then said the weird part was how shy 21 Savage was for not wanting to go on this app called Monkey, which is basically the modernized version of like Omegle or any of these other randomized cam sites where you end up just talking to random people. And 21 was like, nah, I'm a black guy. You're a white guy. They're going to love you. They're going to hate me because I'm a black guy. And Mike's like, that's so weird and funny that he's shy. And then he rips off this stupid white guy. It's like, nope. All of it's fake. And you fell for it. And so did a lot of these retarded kids who watch this shit. I understand the kids falling for it, but goddamn, not as an adult. I see right through all of this bullshit. And hey, genius marketing, sure. But that is some fake ass shit. I don't know. This whole thing is so scummy, man. Like, I don't know, this whole industry, it's just a bunch of kids living the craziest life off of this fake, unregulated casino out of Curacao. Like, they have a gambling license out of Curacao, which is basically the most corrupt place on earth for gambling licenses. There's no regulation, so they can basically decide, hey, I want to take a streamer and jack up his probability and odds on his specific account so he can win big. They never play with their own money. And then when they make the big wins, there's highlight reels, and then they flood those on YouTube, and then the little kids see those and go, oh my God, did you see that? He won $200,000 on a virtual roulette spin. And then they go and take their parents' credit card. Let me go invest. And they start gambling. It's the most disgusting fucking trend on the internet. And this Kick website is pulling huge creators and offering insane amounts of money for people to go totally against their morals. There's such a big deeper dive into this whole Kick thing. But I don't know, it's just funny seeing like let's just go to Adin's channel here. Bam. Videos. I don't know, like most of their videos is them and like this guy XQC, and then Adin's gifting XQC like this $40,000 AP watch. I don't know if it's on his channel. Look.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video setting video. We have Adin Ross and XQC going to a water park.
Why can't you just give me the clip? No one wants to hear this part.
Oh my God. You got it. Okay. Yeah, y'all ready? Ready? Oh shit. Fuck, dude. Here we go. Wait. Is this one actually crazy? Here we go! This is mid. There's more mellow. This is mid for babies.
This is a bunch of little kids living the life of a rich trust fund kid because of the steak kick shit. So you got all these methed out Adderall junkie streamers, rich as fuck, with blood money. And what kid that age wouldn't take it? They have no sense of responsibility or long-term consequences if this whole thing goes down.
You're real? Wow! Hold on! Are you coming? Get in!
You're next. Check it out. So that's probably half. Not even probably, and then that's you.
This is them in Las Vegas,
Well, that's
by the way.
ridiculous. Yep, that's all you, bro.
Isn't this fun seeing this while you're working your 9 to 5 or whatever your job is, slaving away? And then this guy,
I wanna see how much it
he's
is.
in his
Well, it's ridiculous.
20s.
It's insane.
This is
There's
rolling
no
up
limit
to
in my
Las
life.
Vegas with a briefcase with millions of dollars in cash, just casually blowing it all in the casino. Like, he loses all of this fucking money pretty much. I think this XQC fucking crackhead actually does decent, makes a good amount of money, but that Adin guy loses. And then there's this really insane moment where there's like this guy Cheezer, who's one of Adin's friends. He's that the other crackhead looking white guy, and he loses all of his life savings, and even that shit is fake. So they go to a Vegas casino just to prove that stake.com is a better place to gamble. Like, there's a whole segment where this guy he's like at a table in a casino and he's gambling and he loses all of his money and he starts having this mental breakdown about, he's like, Adin, I'm losing all my money. You need to let me borrow a little bit of money. He's like, my fucking life is over. And then he starts pulling out his phone and he's playing stake gambling on his phone and he's doing blackjack and he's making like $20,000, $50,000, $70,000 bets. And he goes, here's my last $70. This is all the money I have in the world. Magically, he wins and then he breaks even because he gets like double the amount, I guess. And then he's even. And that's his best case scenario. And then he's, instead of going, okay, I'm even, let me quit, then he starts playing on the table again. But then the whole end of the stream is them leaving the tables and then going out on this balcony and having this whole rant about like, Vegas sucks. Like, Vegas is the worst. Like, you gotta go. Stake is so much better. Like, I was losing so badly. And then on stake in 2 seconds, I won my money back. Like, promotion for stake. Like, all of these streams are scripted. 90% of it. Look at
that's
that.
ridiculous.
Look at this shit.
Yeah, that's all you, bro.
Love it.
$12 million in a suitcase. Let me see if I can find this funny clip. And then there was something I wanted to cap off with the George Janko thing I never got to, and then I'm gonna get out of here. It's getting late, but I feel bad because that whole first part of the show is totally fucked up. I'm gonna see how I can fix that. Maybe cut out clips from here. Cheeser gambling, because this is like the most pathetic clip. Vegas. Adin Ross loses $1 million gambling. Cheeser. Yeah, it's somewhere in this stream. Let me see.
He doesn't have a choice. I am his father.
And you could tell these guys are methed out.
6-7, please. No. Okay, it's okay. Ooh. No, no, BJ.
We are in such a tough spot. No insurance, but I think you have it.
Yeah. No. Oh, 8-9. It's okay, X.
Okay. Give me a 3 first.
Okay.
And then bing.
And hey, I've been to Vegas and I've gambled at the tables. I understand the thrill of it. It is fun, but you got to go in there with a set amount of money you want to spend and be okay with losing. And then once it's gone, you stop.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter.
These guys are at the point of having markers where they're pulling like, give me another 100,000 from the casino. They're total marks.
Yes, you can.
Markers for the marks.
Just one time.
You're slamming?
20 count both.
Want to put 2,000 into? No. We slam this? Yeah, put it in.
I gotta try and find this clip of this guy.
Please, please. Monkey! Why is the monkey not there, man?
Monkey!
Low.
Oh my god.
Thanks.
Oh, just a little bit, doesn't matter.
Funny because this guy gets so mad. So this is Cheeser here. This guy here all the way to the left.
Bro, I have like 8 times more, so we can't keep singing. Yeah, I got you.
Here, put the camera on the deal. Don't show XQC right now. He's getting his ID out.
Wait for him.
How much do I have, Cheeser?
Count up.
I have 100,000 or 200,000.
You got 100,000 on the yellow. I mean the orange.
So I'm even?
No, I don't know. You're up.
How much?
About 50,000.
50?
About 50 or 60. Yeah.
Can I pay back? Can I pay back 50?
Jimmy the Drunk, thank you for read fast.
Here, you know what? This is with Cheesers. Let me go one hand 10K. Let's go.
Don't ruin no.
What does that mean? For read fast.
Could that mess the shoe up, maybe?
If you want to wait for Felix, you can wait for
I'll wait for Felix. It's bad karma. It shouldn't go in without you, so.
Here you go, Felix.
Yeah, oh yeah, give him the bike back.
All right, sorry, chat. Sorry for the stall, chat. I need to do some
You okay?
information together. Yeah, of course.
All right. You need me to clip it for you? You good. All right.
Nah, it just took long because it's like a lot of information.
Fair enough.
Ready?
You want to do it? Oh, I'm not going to do that.
A lot. Let me, I'm
I can't find it, but essentially I can explain it to you. He loses all his money. He's freaking out, like to the point where he's suicidal, and he pulls out his phone and he's like shaking and sweating with the phone in his hand, and as he loses 20,000, 40,000, and then he's like, "This is my last $70,000. It's all I have." And he's like, "Oh my God, please, please." And his hand is shaking and the phone, and the camera guy comes in and zooms in on the phone, and he plays the hand of blackjack, and then he wins. And he goes, "Oh." He's like, "Now I'm even." And he just never stops there. It's so funny. Let me see. Oh, there's one other funny thing. Wait. Oh, this is a funny clip too, actually. They're playing one of these virtual tables with the actual people who deal, and then this dealer starts mouthing off to one of the guys. It's pretty funny.
Ain't talking about me.
Wait, let me reload it.
Fuck that motherfucker. Ain't talking about me.
Why?
Fired. Who getting fired? Yo! All bets is closed. Yeah, right. This your last day, buddy. Fuck. That's why I got 2 jobs. If any of it was. You up 4 in the morning playing blackjack. Fucking loser.
Yo!
Why ain't trying to bug with me? Hold on. Facts. Sending that to your manager. Your ass gone. Fuck that motherfucker.
I've never seen one of these guys break character and start shit talking to people gambling. That's pretty funny. Shout out to that guy, because fuck these fucking losers. He's got to sit there all day and watch these people gamble away insane, sick amounts of money. Blood money at that. And he just had it. He's got, motherfucker, I got 2 jobs.
Ain't talking about me.
Why?
Fired. Who getting fired? Yo! All bets is closed. Yeah, right. This your last day, buddy.
Because you can actually type to the dealer in the chat room while you're gambling.
Fuck. That's why I got 2 jobs. If any of it was. You up 4 in the morning playing blackjack. Fucking loser.
Yo!
That is funny, man.
Why ain't trying to bug with me? Hold on.
Facts.
Sending.
Right. They claim they got that guy's job taken away. What a fucking faggot. Shaking and sweating. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Other than playing the clip, there's no better way to explain it. It's so funny. Because they're clearly all on like Adderall, these guys, these streamers, these types of streamers. But they talk really fast, super animated all the time. It's the only way to be that way. That's another thing I want to... This is a cheat code. These are cheat codes, right? It is way easier to stream with these on. Because people can't see your eyes. They don't know what you're looking at. But yeah, it's a fucking cheat code. The other cheat code is being a streamer who drinks alcohol, does drugs, smokes weed, whatever it is a cheat code on top of the other elements to it. So like, say you're a guy like Mike who has no children, just jewels, that's it. He has no qualms about, he's claiming he's sick, right? But then yet he's drinking massive amounts of alcohol, smoking weed, taking pills, taking kratom, to where you saw Shaman clearly following in his footsteps because he was influenced by the man himself. And that's a cheat code. If I was able to show up here every show drunk and on all these drugs and shit, and then there's no kids involved, like we have kids here, like, then on top of this, you got your eyes hidden with the sunglasses. It's all a cheat code. So I am at a huge disadvantage. Because I ain't doing any of that shit. I'm not promoting any of that. I don't promote gambling. I don't promote doing any of these drugs or drinking. I drink maybe on special occasions a few times a year. And that is the end of it. I am not... I can't even imagine doing that where you're big bottle of liquor and you're just taking shots the whole fucking show. It's fine if you want to do that too, but he's like encouraging the fans, come on, drink with me. And it's like you have to be completely out of your mind to enjoy an 8-hour long fucking show. Like, what the fuck? Why not do 4 hours and then spread it out more instead of 1 8-hour show a month? That's crazy. I couldn't imagine. Some of these guys pay for a year in advance. Imagine you did that. And then the guy's doing 1 show a month. I would be pissed. But now it's too late because you already spent the money. It's actually worse for the monthly people, because if you're paying a guy monthly, then every month you get to reevaluate if you're getting your value for your money. So those are the worst. Mike wants those yearly guys because he gets it a lump sum up front. But the monthly guys, not good. Because if I was seeing a guy I'm giving money to monthly, doing 1 show a month, I'd be canceling for sure. So, and he's talked about it. A lot of people have been canceling, saying they don't like the fan group, they're being doxxed, or for whatever reason they don't like the experience, and that is turning them off to Redbar. And people will say like, well, why does that matter? And it's like, no, even if they spin the narrative that a lot of my criticism about Mike is because of some personal issue I've had with him, that was dealt with over a year ago, and I don't even care about that anymore. I have no personal issue with Mike. He's referred to me as an enemy or enemy channel. I am not his enemy. Just as I've covered all these topics here, if I have an opinion about Redbar, most people don't even know what Redbar is. That's the thing. When you watch his show or you look at his studio, it's a very nice studio. It creates this illusion that he is this bigger creator than he is, but he's not. Like today, people under 30 mostly don't even know who Howard Stern is, let alone Redbar. So you got to understand, there are a few younger kids who stumble across Redbar, but they don't last very long. But yeah, like 30 plus crowd, he's got a hold of that because he can talk about comedians, because the comedians are all older guys, and that's old craft. Like the art of stand-up comedy is dying. I don't think any kids under, like in their 20s or younger, are even caring about stand-up comedians. They know of this comedian through their podcast that they're doing, that they're a podcaster. I don't think a lot of them are going out to stand-up comedy shows. I'm sure some do. But the art of stand-up is dying, I'm telling you. And I know people are like, no, there's a lot of great stand-up still out there. I'm telling you, overall, save for a few guys who are still really good at it and garner a huge fan base, the new generation is not going to care about stand-up comedy at all. So yeah, I had some other funny stuff too. I had a Unique wins his lawsuit. Did you guys see that? Unique won his lawsuit against Brendan Schaub without a lawyer. I mean, he had a help of an outside lawyer giving him legal advice,
but he represented himself and he won. And one of the funniest things is that they deemed the Fighter and the Kid podcast as not creative in writing, and said that it's not something that could be copyrighted because it's not creative. And I agree with that. That was why the whole conversations about like, oh, you're copying Mike, or oh, this guy copies Mike, or oh, Podolpha copies Mike. Ooh, diabetes. Podcasting is the lowest form of creativity and creation. And yet people don't even have these conversations about the highest forms of creativity, like art and music. If you interpolated a song in music, or remix or sample the song in music, it is seen as perfectly normal and a good thing, and sometimes better than the original. People do it with art. They interpolate and remix art. Totally cool. But not the podcasters. We put these podcasters on a pedestal. So if you copy a mounted TV, like, fucking gay, man. So gay. Who cares? Can't believe people get actually upset about that stuff. But it was just funny to see Unique wins that lawsuit, and then him trying to describe him winning it. He's reading the whole deposition, and he's just like, Brendan, I went in there, and Brendan didn't show up, so I had to go to Rhode Island and then show him to a court case, and I had to show him in person. And then the Brendan lawyers were on Zoom, and they were trying to get me to pay fees. It was just him mumbling the whole time, which is pretty funny. Like, Brendan Schaub got beaten by an actual retard. So, congratulations to you, Kyle Unique. It's funny. Oh my god, imagine all the money Brendan Schaub spent on that fucking lawsuit to fight this guy, and he loses. I actually wonder if that will be considered like case law now. Because I remember when H3 fought their fair use court case, it was then entered into case law. So now it can be referenced in future cases where creators are sued for violating copyright when it's totally fair use. Commentary, transformative, all that stuff. But I want to get to the... Let me just cap off the Janko stuff really quick, because this is really funny to me. Janko, I told you guys, right? Like, he had this whole speech about how he like has his awakening, and he got these new guests. His show blew up. He left Impulsive, and it's so great, and everything is fixed and awesome, right? But let's look at what he actually just did. There's nothing special about what he did. And it's funny because he said that this is all because of God, right? So let's look. Nikki Glazer, you're right, episode 45, 70,000 views for George. Let's look at the next one. Diddy and Josh Giddey are under fire, and girlfriend killed her boyfriend for something dollars. 30 million. 60,000 views. 3 months ago, right? Oh, what is this? George Janko, the Andrew Tate interview, part 1, 12 million views. Part 2, whoa, 4.9 million views. Not as good, but okay, right? And he drags us out again. Andrew Tate changed my life. I no longer have a girlfriend. This whole episode, 1.5 million views, was about Andrew Tate convinced me to propose and marry my my girlfriend, and now we are married. You go, okay, you got Tate on. Obviously, that's going to bring a lot of views. It's a controversial subject, and having Tate on is a big deal. So yeah, they gave him a boost. But then he kept talking about, oh, there's all these new guests lined up. There's all these new guests lined up, right? Who do you think shows up? This isn't God's plan. Janko, you just went down the conservative, right-wing, matrix, red pill rabbit hole. And now you're getting this, you know, the leftovers from that. Like, you have Andrew Tate on, and then what happens? Let's look. Tony Robbins and George Janko talk about God. Tony Robbins, another huge charlatan, a guy who claims he had cured ailments. He tells a story during this podcast. If I were to go deep into it, I would have a timestamp of it. This is a funny moment where Tony Robbins basically explains how he was able to train, reconstruct, and totally redo gun training. And he's a guy who has zero gun experience. And that he showed up to a gun range and then went to the instructor and was like, so, show me how you do this gun training, okay? And they go, okay, so we basically we put the target here, and then we just have them shoot and try to hit dead center, right? And then Tony Robbins is like, okay, well, what if you take the target and you have it point blank range, and then you just have people take their gun and just shoot through the X point blank range? Then they're not so much worried about targeting the center. They're just worried about how do I use the gun and getting comfortable handling it. Then when they get comfortable, you move the target back a few feet, and then they do the same thing. And then eventually you move the target back to its normal position further and further back. And he said, and by the end of this, I was creating professional marksmen in 1/5 of the time of their normal gun training. And it's just like all this bullshit like that. He had another story where he actually went on the Howard Stern show, Tony Robbins, and he said that he went on the show, and then a caller called up and accused him of being a charlatan and said that he can't cure any ailments and blah, blah, blah. Obviously, the guy who called in was set up to challenge Tony Robbins for that exact reason, because then Tony Robbins goes, okay, well, sir, if you don't believe me, you can come to one of my next seminars and bring one of your patients. Because it was a doctor that called in that said it's all pseudoscience, it's all bullshit. And then Tony Robbins like, well, I have a challenge for you. Bring your patient to my next seminar, and if I can't cure her in front of you, I'll suck your dick or be, something like that. All set up. The caller was fake set up. And he tells the story. Oh yeah, so the doctor comes and he goes, well, I couldn't solve this ailment, and so let's see you try. And then Tony Robbins, of course, cures this ailment. And it was a fear of snakes the woman had. And his technique was take a snake out and just show the woman and then go, well, and she went, ooh, it's ugly. And he said, see, you are afraid of snakes, but now when a snake is in front of you in your face, your reaction is to say, ooh, that's ugly, rather than freak out and get scared and run away. Problem solved. Your fear of snakes is gone. So, yeah. Okay, who comes after that? Let's look. How can men get a good woman? Girls Gone Bible. Very conservatively minded. What's next? Different side of Jake Paul. We watched the clips from that. My life after Impulsive. We talked a bit about that. Let's see. Vivek Ramaswamy exposes corruption in the White House. Vivek Ramaswamy is a guy who people wished would have been the running mate of Donald Trump. How to walk on water with Jesus. 114k views, by the way. Who's last? The Candace Owens interview. Yeah, this is really, 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 really God's plan. This whole thing. It couldn't have possibly been that you put Andrew Tate on your show and then all of the people who support Andrew Tate agreed to be on your show. The Andrew Tate interview blew your channel up as far as viewer count, solidifying you with credibility to have all of these other conservators on. So no. It's not God that gave you all of this blessings. It's you brought on Andrew Tate and sold out to the guy who easily brings views because of the controversial nature of it. He's awaiting potential prison time for trafficking women and child P or R word as well, essay. He admits to being with a girl who was underage at some point. But a lot of people just brush right past that part of it. But yeah, no, he has Tate on, and then he does the conservative run. So George Janko's going full conservative, and now Andrew Tate warped Janko's mind in one fucking interview where he basically told him your religious beliefs are actually just being red-pilled. It's like, no, it's somewhat conservative beliefs, but he's presenting himself as this huge man of God, the God-man lecturer of God, all things God. And now he's turned into this conservative guy. That's what happened. God did not do it. And I think this is not going to end well because eventually you run out of these guys. I mean, what's next? Jordan Lee Peterson or Jesse Lee Peterson or Jordan fuckhead? Yeah. I'm surprised Janko was able to survive it all after Impulsive, but I mean, that was the lifeline he had. And he took it. I just find it funny that he's like trying to attribute it all to being a religious man. Oh, what's this? Oh, what is that? What is that? Why did that get there? How did this get there? Who is that? I thought this was a rags to riches story. That's weird. What is this? I don't know what that is, guys. I was just there. Speaking of scumbags, I don't know. Just saying. Gotta be a real scumbag to vibe with that kind of picture. Running out of steam here. Let me look. Based Unique W. He called Shop's lawyer worse slurs and got away with it. LOL, true. Maybe it's 33. Imagine Unique representing himself in court. LOL. You gotta see the video because it's so ridiculous. I'm so tired, guys. Holy shit. I don't know who that person is, but plates visible. I assume they're very old plates. Okay, let me see. What was I looking for? Oh, someone said it in chat. Fuck, what was it? Jimmy the Drunk, stop drunken hate. Nah, man, I don't hate. If you drink all you want. I'm all for you doing what you want, exercising your freedom. What I'm saying is I'm not going to promote it on here. I don't think it's necessary, and I think it's pretty corny to start your show off like, everybody drink with me. If you want to drink on your show, drink on your show. But we saw what happened with Shaman. Someone asked before, they're like, what did you think of Shaman's whole thing? I played it in the beginning, then the show fucked up. I can play it again. But yeah, Shaman has admitted to kratom abuse, and he laughed and said that he's gonna wait until he's gonna go to rehab or something, and he's not coming back until he's totally off the kratom. And had a funny video to play because Mike, to refresh her from the beginning while the show was all fucked up, Mike played the exact same song that I played as the intro to my old song, and he said, ooh, I hate this song. Now magically he hates it. Maybe I have a superpower, actually. Maybe to make Redbar better. And I was kind of doing this a little bit. Do all of the things. If I do all the things that Mike hates, that we hate, that Mike does, me doing it will cause him to hate the things that I do, and it would be me imitating the things we hate that he does. And by doing that, we could potentially fix Redbar. Just one episode, I'll do everything that's bad about Redbar, and then he'll stop doing all that stuff because he'd be like, I can't do what my enemy's doing. Mike really thought he was going to be a real rapper. He raised money for the album, over 10K, had years of freestyling, after shows, and prep. He did not spend 10K on this shit, dude. Like, that was another thing. I learned a lot. Like, he was finagling people. Like, I'm in a group chat with a couple of ex-Redbar fans who were fans of his way back in the day. So they know everything. And I hear all kinds of crazy shit. Mike used to beg people for $20 for a pack of cigarettes. Yeah. He also held a fundraiser for something, and then he bought a motorcycle with it. And that's not what the money was supposed to be for. Yeah, lots of funny stuff like that. And yeah, history of stealing from all of his friends and doing lots of shady shit, committing crimes and real life crimes. Being kicked out of his old business, the comedy club he was at, because of all this shit he was doing. And there's a lot of proof in that podcast that is saved. And now he has rewritten history where he is telling people that the club was stolen from him. And it's all bullshit. That's not what happened. He was locked out of the business computer, kicked out. They named that thing the Redbar Comedy Club in order to put Mike in the position to market the show. So the idea was, we're going to rename it to the Redbar Comedy Club, and then you would be doing a podcast called Redbar, and then you'll market it, the club, for us. And he didn't ever meet his end of the bargain. So, and on top of all the alleged criminal activity. So yeah, but now he says, oh, they stole the club from me and they locked me out of the computer for no reason, and they took my club and ruined my life. Yeah. So the psychology behind that, you could say that's why he's so angry at comedians, because that's how his career started. running a club, being friends with comedians, having comedians on his podcast. Yep. You smart. You a genius. I love the chat room, guys. Thank you guys for joining. That's crazy. Like, I go live with not even, I think it was an hour notice. Or a little bit more. And you guys all showed up. The show was a total disaster at the beginning. You stuck around. I love you guys. I love you guys. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Oh. God damn it, Bobby. That boy ain't right. Hey, Dad. Oh, boy. Okay, I gotta fucking stop. I can't get out of here. Okay, here's my shitty song. But it's mine. I know it won't get blocked. I had fun making it. But there was more I could do to it. This is more an outro song, I think, or a break song, but I need a more. Also, if you make a song, King Nomad, again, Kanye West, So Appalled. Go listen to the melody of that, the instrumental. That's the style. More upbeat. Yeah. You get it. No ukuleles. Tap more into LilBrainZ than the newer stuff. LilBrainZ knew what was up, homie. He knew that 2 L's make a W. West Side. Okay, guys. Good night.